Salutations, my fellow dandies, and, well, not quite Merry Christmas, but close enough to Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas! We're back in Crisis Core. I'm Jack Dandy. It's Christmas Eve, and that's it. Though that's the end of the list. Salutations to everyone in chat. Oh, it looks like a kitty cat. Oh, sorry, we're talking about Christmas presents in the sort of pre-stream startup. TD's got a hoodie that looks like a kitty cat. That sounds cute. It's got big brass paws attached to it that act as bags. Oh, that sounds adorable. I'll have to Google that later, see what it looks like. Yeah, we're back in Crisis Core. So I need to add a little bit of context. Indeed, we're playing the Crisis Core Reunion. Yes, we're playing the remake. I need a bit of context. We finished last week at the beginning of Chapter 5. Plot so far is this is Zach. He wants to become a hero. His mentor, Angel, has defected, but maybe not. And another soldier called Genesis has defected, but apparently because their body's degrading. And there's a lot of reciting a play. That's basically the plot of the first 4 chapters. Oh, and I met Aerith, who is as adorable in this one as she was in the original. And Yuffie, who is as adorable in this one as she was in the original. So I said when we finished last week that I would play the missions offline. The missions are optional content. It's literally just missions where you go in, you fight a couple of enemies, you beat a boss, mission done. There's not really a huge amount of plot. There's a couple of missions with Yuffie where she keeps stealing materia off of you. Again, it's adorable. Yuffie's great. She's my favorite character. Not plot important. There's also a couple of missions like this guy behind me doing squats. He wanted to quit. I did some missions with him. He now doesn't want to quit, and now he's doing squats so he can be as strong as me, because I'm the best. I thought, because I was only at the beginning of Chapter 5 of 10 chapters, they wouldn't give me that many missions. I thought maybe they'd give me, 40% of the available missions, and I'd get the rest of the missions later on. No, that's not how Crisis Core works. They kind of just give you pretty much everything. There's a few things I need to still unlock. So I just kept going. I just did every single mission that was available to me. So I was level 20 when I finished last week. I'm now level 84. I realize I actually put it 54 in Twitter. I actually leveled up 64 times. I've maxed out my HP. I also have infinite MP and AP. I'm also very, very strong. It just kind of work. Yeah, the rest of this game's not going to be very hard. Is basically the point of this. I may have made myself too powerful. It was difficult not to. But that's fine. You know, we can just enjoy Zach curb stomping everything. Yeah, I didn't think I'd get that leveled up, but I really like the gameplay in this game, so I just kept playing the missions. Except one mission. I got to complain very briefly, and then we'll crack on. So, as I said, most of the missions were available to me. So some of these are still locked off. I need to unlock them this chapter, and then a couple of them become available later on. But the hardest missions are these ones here, 7, 8, and 9. You'll notice I haven't done all of the missions in Mission 9. That's because the final mission of Mission 9 is a super boss called the Reigning Deity. Now, I'm not going to load the super boss up because it's kind of a spoiler for the plot. But this super boss had, in the original, 20 million HP. And the most I can do in a single attack is 99,000 damage. So it takes a lot of hits to actually kill that thing at 20 million. It can also do attacks that do 99,000 damage, which is my HP, so it can kill me in one hit. I can use Phoenix Downs, but it also has attacks that removes the effect of Phoenix Downs. So I can revive from some attacks, but there are some attacks that will hit you, kill you, and remove your revive. So you can't revive from them. You can offset the damage a little bit, but it still takes off most of your health, so you're constantly healing. In the remake, for whatever reason, they decided to bump her HP to 77 million. There's 57 million more HP. At 20 million HP, it takes like 10 minutes of constantly attacking. At 77 million, it takes about an hour to beat this boss without making a mistake. There is an alternative strategy where you can farm money and SP, the stuff that you use to make materia. If you get about 100 million SP and about 140 million gil, there's a technique you can use where you can negate damage with SP, basically effectively making damage 0, and you can throw gil at the enemy to do damage. And the more gil you have, the more damage you do. 140 million gil, you do about 99,000. You do max damage with every throw, and you hit about 10 times per throw. And you can make the fight sort of take about 10 minutes. It's bullshit. It is absolute bullshit. It's just like the worst kind. Like this mission beforehand, not that difficult. I think I did it first go. I think what I'm going to have to do for this mission, because of how bullshit it is, I want to get the achievement for finishing the game in hard. So I don't want to turn the difficulty down to normal, because the normal version's only got 20 million HP and is much, much easier. And the material you get for defeating her, plus the other reward you get for doing all the missions, makes fighting her a lot easier. So, what I think I'm going to do is finish the game, get the achievement for finishing the game in hard, reload my save, bump the difficulty down to normal, beat her in normal, get the achievements for doing all the missions, defeating her, and getting all of the Genji armor, which is the rewards you get for doing all three of those. There's 3 achievements locked behind this boss, so I have to beat her. And then maybe try beating her in hard with the new material I've got. But I'm honestly not that invested in beating her in hard because it's like, it's not a challenge at that point. It's just a chore. Like, it's the worst kind of super boss. My favorite boss fight in all the video games is the super secret boss in God of War, the original one, because they all of the boss fights up to that, the Valkyries that you fight up to that, teach you how to fight the final boss, how to fight the super boss. And that's good game design, because they teach you all of the mechanics you need to defeat the super boss, and then you go into the final fight with the Valkyrie Queen, and you've got all of the... It's basically a test of all of your abilities up to that point. This is just bullshit time wasting, where it just wants you to grind gil and SP, or just, like I said, fight for an hour without saves and with the risk of you losing your revive buff. It's just, like I said, it's just the worst kind of boss fight. I'm walking around because there's some missions I need to unlock in this chapter, or I can't unlock them. So we're gonna have to go around and talk to a bunch of people before I can actually continue the plot.
Do you know what is needed for Shinra to keep going?
Let me turn the volume up a little smidge.
I will tell you what we need.
Anyway, I'm not gonna complain about the super boss anymore. It's just that's what I've been doing in this week between the stream last week, and it really, really irritated me.
Midgar's urban development.
Though known as the world's greatest commercial hub, Midgar still has problems that need to be addressed, like urban decay beneath the plate, and the ever-increasing Mako energy consumption rate.
We at the City Planning Department are fully committed to improving the lives of Midgar citizens. But, as we are not a military department, we find some problems to be out of our hands. Could Soldier provide assistance?
I see. Midgar's urban development, huh? I'd be happy to help you guys. Just let me know whenever you need me.
There we go. That's one of the missions unlocked. I did think about running around and just picking up all of these missions between streams as well, but...
Right now, the general...
Oh, yeah, give me a potion. It gives me a free revive. Not that I think I will ever need it, but... There was a point... Oh, actually, am I... No, I am immune to death. I was going to say, there was a point where every single enemy I fought just had death on it, and it's such an annoying status, because it's just... Obviously, it just kills you immediately, but I'm now immune to it, so...
A new Mako reactor site is coming to Midgard to see our operations, sir. However, inspections have been made difficult due to the presence of monsters in the area surrounding Midgard, sir. I'm a little concerned about my comrades assigned to escort the team, sir.
Okay, you don't have to keep saying sir every time. I know I'm a cool dude. Is it just those 3? I mean, I suppose that's... no, 2 even. I do have a list of all the ones. I think most of the rest of them I need to actually go into town. Chapter... Slums... Shinra Soldier... oh, I do need to speak... I do need to do some of these missions as well. I can't just unlock them. Wutai Spies... Shinra Planning Development. Okay. That's... Because I want to crack on with the plot and find out, you know, what's going on with Angeal and stuff. But I also, after the amount of time I've put into doing the mission so far, don't want to accidentally miss one of the missions and then screw myself out of the achievement for doing 100% missions. You can, I think, there is a new game plus that carries over...
The Angeal Fan Club, Keepers of Honor, is sadly closing its doors. I was really hoping to
I think I already talked to her. Yeah, so Angeal and Genesis have currently KIA, as far as Shinra's confirmed, so all their fan clubs are distraught. And yeah, Angeal for some reason has like 2 fan clubs. I don't know why. Oh, this guy.
Those monsters, I dealt with them for you. Some weapons they were. Just plain monsters. Piece of cake.
Maybe I'm wasting my breath talking to a Shinra person, but know this. The planet is in great peril.
Are you one of those avalanche people?
Don't let me in with those morons.
Ah, so I didn't know. I guess Avalanche existed this far back then.
They speak of justice for the planet, but their method is bloodshed. In the end, they're no different from the Shinra company at their core.
Why did you walk off screen to say that?
Hey man, you keep railing on everyone, but you know I'm...
Soldier, the true protectors of the world. Is that it? I don't know who or why you're fighting, Soldier Man. But this planet is ailing, and no one seems to know. Remember, that is the real danger we face.
Okay. I mean, he's not wrong, but, I mean, the situation doesn't really escalate until Sephiroth does his whole meteor thing. Oh, I can check the... Yeah, because now I can take the train now. Okay, I don't want to leave quite yet. Is there anything else I need to do? Nope. There's... Oh yeah, I got an email from Kunsel. You complain about not being able to get in touch with Sephiroth, but he's in the data room. Looks like he's going through all of the research papers on a series of experiments called Project G, as well as some other experiments conducted around the same time. But Project G took place over 20 years ago, and Hollander has taken some of that data with him. I even hear that the really important data isn't even here, but hidden away in some other place. I don't know if anyone is ever going to understand the full scope of those experiments. I'm sure there's no danger that can be had from Sephiroth learning about old experiments. The recent attacks came in 2 stages. The first stage was the attack on headquarters in the entire Midgar region. Our forces were dispersed to respond to these initial attacks. The second stage consisted of additional attacks on headquarters we attempted to recover. Although the damage we dealt with costly, its overall impact on the company is minimal. No, okay, that's just... I mean, they're realistic sounding emails in that they're not very entertaining.
What are you doing here? Something up?
Zach, have you been made aware? As of late, Wutai remnants are trying to form an anti-Shinra organization.
The Wutai?
Yes. It's evidently being spearheaded by their Special Operations Force, the so-called Crescent Unit. Their scout units are now posing as civilians and are acting as spies.
Crescent Unit. Oh, those guys.
There are a total of 6 confirmed spies. They are lurking somewhere here in Midgar. We're following all the leads that have come in, but we still haven't managed to locate them. We appreciate the help. Now, let's split up and search. Here's the intel on spy number 1. We know that he's hiding somewhere within Sector 8. If you find anyone suspicious there, please detain him. The Wutai are masters of disguise. Don't be fooled by appearances.
So all within Midgar, 6 Wutai spies disguised as citizens. Civilians looking. Find the exposed spies and acquire information on the Crescent Unit. Okay, so this, I have to do this 6 times. Or at least I have to find all 6 spies. And that unlocks 6 more missions, I think, related to each member of the Crescent Unit. So I think what I need to do is just walk around and talk to people.
This is the busiest part of Sector 8, nicknamed Loveless Avenue. Loveless is considered a literary masterpiece. They've even made it into a play. This is the...
Okay. I have to talk to people. I know I have to talk to them multiple times to figure them out. But, so I guess if they repeat dialogue, I can ignore them.
Am I right here? It's got a good... Am I right? It's got a...
Yeah, this guy was really impressed about his tires, and I looked at his tires, and they look like crap. So... Is it you, child? Are you a Wutai spy? I've been dragged around by the nose by Yuffie.
You're with Soldier?
So she could be.
Nothing to see here. I'm a civilian, and I'm very busy. Please don't talk to me.
It seems suspicious. Or maybe...
What is it? I told you before not to talk to me.
Maybe it's a red herring. Maybe he's just nervous about people with swords.
Damn, I'm blown.
This is Zach. I found a Wutai spy. I'm on you.
Oh, is this like a mini game or?
Stop right there. There's nowhere left to run. Zach,
It was not a mini
excellent
game.
work. The Wutai spy we caught is already being interrogated. If we get any further intel on the remnants, I'm sure there'll be a follow-up mission for us to go on. Here's the intel on spy number 2. This one got a hold of a Shinra army uniform and had infiltrated the Shinra building. We've been searching for him all over Sector 8, but there's no sign of him. Because his cover's been blown, I doubt he would go back to the Shinra building. But
Okay, so this guy's probably at the Shinra building there. Unless... There's a guy... There's this guy.
I lost that reporter. I believe he's still in the...
Oh no, this guy just wants to catch that reporter. Let's go back to the Shinra building. I feel like that was a pretty big clue.
The planned site, but they are still Shinra... The plan, but...
No, okay, he's just a regular dude. Trying to remember where the door is for the exhibit room.
Ever since the recent attack, please let me know if you. Please let me.
Okay.
Sid has supposedly begun training already.
Excuse me.
Really? You should. Shinra took away my dreams of going to space. And that I do not forgive.
Man, how many people did Shinra destroy the dreams? How many Shinra spacemen did Shinra destroy the dreams of?
Sid has supposed Shinra.
Just like an entire swathe of angry soldiers, annoyed, an angry spaceman annoyed that Shinra keeps choosing other people.
We were talking about who the... And I think... No. We were... No.
Oh yeah, I think this guy asks you,
I wouldn't mind. Zack.
Aerith,
Are you for real? Now you're...
Are you angry?
Sorry.
he's just mad for thinking that Aerith is hot. I don't understand why.
Finally got a chance to show what I'm made of during that attack on Midgard the other day. I can't let you take all the glory after all. I don't want to be a second forever, you know. The other day, the next time I put out a good performance, he's moving me up to first class. I finally got a chance to show...
Oh, no, actually, I don't know why I'm talking to members of Soldier, because he said he had a Shinra security
You
uniform.
have errands? As soldier.
And these guys are all... Yeah, these guys are all Soldier. I will just check the director's office real quick, though. Just because I didn't come up here earlier.
Hello, Zack. Do you need something from me?
No. Just seeing how you're doing.
I'm sorry, but I'm rather busy at the moment. The latest attack on our building has created a mountain of paperwork. The security department is hounding me because Genesis, a soldier deserter, led the attacks.
Sounds like a hassle.
The people in security are hoping to eliminate Genesis and Angeal as quickly as possible.
Wait a minute. Did they forget? Angeal fought to protect this place.
The company still views him as a potential danger. That's the official line.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they're still really vague about
If that's the
why...
official line, I might put in my papers.
like, Genesis seems pretty clear-cut in that his body's degrading. I think Angeal's body's degrading as well. But he's less...
The price of freedom can be steep.
He's a bit more conflicted about turning against Shinra.
How about you, Director?
Though he did kill his mum.
Have you ever gotten fed up with the company?
Not even once, Zack.
I guess that's why you're Director. Kudos to you.
When you're trying to realize a grand objective, all obstacles and difficulties seem trivial.
Objective? Which is...
Oh, it's nothing. Now, enough chit-chat. I have to get back to work.
I do sort of wonder with Lazard. It's just like, he's not in Final Fantasy VII. So, is he just... I mean, I guess he just must be dead by the end of this game. That's the rule, right? If they don't mention you, you must be dead. Okay, well, I guess that I don't think he'd go back to the Shinra building thing was just a red flag. Not red flag. A red herring. He wasn't actually back at the Shinra building. So then, is he still wearing the Shinra armor? That's the train station. He said he was still in Sector 8, so he must be around here somewhere. But I'm not seeing anyone in in Shinra security armor.
We at the study group compiled Genesis's interpretations of the final act of Loveless into a book.
This is one of Genesis' other fan clubs.
The book is now a bestseller, and the royalties are pouring in. I'm sure that Genesis was watching over us from above. Red Leather, on the other hand, failed in their merchandise push and are now deeply in the red. It's as it should be. Now, it will be the study group that becomes the true official fan club. Oh, there's new mail.
Well, our self-published book on Genesis' Loveless theories has become a runaway bestseller. Let's use this momentum and move forward in our studies of the final act. The biggest mystery of the final act is what happens to the world after the gift of the goddess is given. The key to understanding this isn't how we interpret the goddess in this context, but experts still cannot come to a consensus. Yeah, so there's like a huge thing about the Loveless play in this game, where the final chapter was missing.
Here's the intel on spot. This one, we've been because it's...
Because the final chapter's missing, they... like there's like cults around it that are all kind of like focused on trying to figure out how the play ends, and it's weird. Like, people write books and theories and stuff about Shakespeare plays.
Guess what? The other day, I caught a rumor about the Chocobo Prince. His name is Joe, and his jet black chocobo is called Hyperion.
Oh, this is the dandy man on a chocobo.
Apparently, he's pretty famous within racing circles. He made his name writing in the amateur chocobo racing circuit. I'm sure in a few years, he's gonna be a world-class jockey. I should have gotten an autograph. Riding trust. I wish I could.
Yeah, she got saved by a chocobo riding guy.
This is the busiest part of Sector 8. Loveless is considered a...
Oh, you talk to that guy. Okay, so he's not still wearing the Shinra armor from this, because I've done laps, and I'm not seeing a single guy dressed in Shinra, unless he's on this station, the train station platform. So I guess I'll just talk to everyone and see if anyone cracks. Everyone will let me talk to at least. There we go.
This is Sector 8. If you walk from the fountain toward the clock, if you go up the stairs there, from the station, you can catch a train to the Sector 5 slums. This is if you go up the stairs there, from the station.
Okay.
I heard the merchandise didn't sell well at the memorial event. The fan club is now in serious debt. Genesis is killed in action. And now his merch is a failure. I can't stay still anymore! I have to keep running forever!
I think this is... I can't remember which one of these women is his mum, but one of these women is his kid's mum.
The fan club is breaking up. My mom is so depressed that she can't even get out of bed. I didn't like being neglected by her, but seeing Mom like this is even worse.
Oh, so I guess his mum is the one that actually isn't here, because there were 3 of them originally. Alright. Can't talk to you.
Somewhere in Midgar, there's supposed to be a Sephiroth fan club called the Silver Elite.
Ooh.
It's apparently comprised of only select members, the hardest of the hardcore. It's not for the average fan. Which is why they have access to information and images that an average fan could never hope to see. I have to get into the Silver Elite, no matter what. somewhere in its.
Okay. There's an achievement for joining all of the fan clubs, and I haven't got it yet. So I figured there must have been at least one more, and I guess that's it. The Sephiroth fan club. I want to join. I want to see pictures of Sephiroth that no one's ever seen before. Sephiroth with bed hair.
Hey there, little cutie pie. What do you say we have some fun together, yo?
I don't know. The face is a 3. The rest is up to what's in his wallet.
That's a good way of evaluating someone as any, I suppose. Children, are you Wu-Tai spies?
It's here at last! The Mark 93-2! It's so awesome! There's been so many advancements since the last model they put out. But Shinra's already working on the next model, you know? That's the Shinra Railway's Mark 190! That model's going to be the best train ever made! No doubt!
I consider myself quite a big Final Fantasy VII fan, but even I'm not so deep that I know the model number of the train that Cloud jumps off at the start. But I'm guessing that's what he's making a reference to, because this entire game is one big reference to Final Fantasy VII. So, salutations, Amy. No Christmas game this year. I will be playing a Christmas game this evening, but I wanted to play Crisis Core today in the afternoon. There wasn't a good enough Christmas game that I wanted to play all day, basically.
My brother's dream is to become a motorman for a Shinra train.
Although I looked last year and I didn't play a Christmas game, because I was like, what did I play last year? And I checked and I didn't play anything Christmassy. This is the only guy I haven't talked to.
The train is finally here. Thank goodness. If you take the train, you can make your way to the Sector 5 market.
Oh, you're toddler wrangling at the moment. No worries. Have a good afternoon. Hopefully see you this evening then.
The train, if you...
Huh. So who did I miss? I do have a walkthrough for these missions, because I was like, I really want to make sure I don't miss them. So I could check the walkthrough, but I feel like I've talked to everyone.
I lost that report. I believe he's still in the area. I lost that report.
Alright, screw it. Like I said, I don't want to run around talking to the same people over and over again. Oh, he's okay. He has left Sector 8. That's the reason why. I'm trying to avoid going to Sector 8 because the plot requires me to go and speak to Aerith in Sector 8, in Sector 5, and I'm just worried I might run into her. I think she's at the church though, so long as I stay away from the church. Oh, hey, Angeal. Never mind.
Angeal? Where have you been?
Sorry. I've been a little busy.
Yeah, great. Can't reach Sephiroth either.
What's going on?
Nothing. He's just cooped up in the data room, looking into stuff in the past or something.
I see.
Whoa! You're taking off? What did you come here for?
Genesis and Hollander are in Modeoheim now.
Oh. You're reporting. So you're still... working?
I'm still a soldier member in spirit. I've informed Lazard. They'll pick you up.
Looks so dumb flying with that one wing.
Anything from gifts if you need
I am a carpenter. Damn it. Stupid delivery service. There's materia missing again. They must have dropped them. Oh, say, friend.
Oh, I did. Yeah, this was a mini game. Does he want me to do it again?
Oh yeah, you just need to collect materia you find. All right, to make things easier so use those.
Oh, okay. I've already. I mean, I'll do it now. That's still okay, but. I guess this is just so that you can still get the achievement if you didn't do it last time. Oh, dang it, I missed one. Wait, did I miss one? I guess I did. Oh.
I see you're so any. All right.
Yeah, no. I've already done that one.
You.
Okay, well they don't make it difficult to figure out which one it is once you start talking to them.
I'm just a Shinra trooper on patrol.
Like, they've really painted Wu Tai as incompetent.
All clear, soldiers, sir. As if you people haven't taken enough things from me and my homeland already.
Gee, I wonder if he's the Wu Tai spy.
Damn it, this guy, he's onto me.
This is Zack. I found a Wu Tai spy. I'm on you.
We found you! At last!
Zack, excellent work. The Wu Tai spy we caught is already being interrogated. If we get any further intel on the remnants, I'm sure there'll be a follow-up mission for us to go on. Here's the intel on spy number 3. This spy managed to infiltrate the soldier floor and take classified Shinra information. Judging from this brazen action, it's possible he's posing as an employee or associate.
Ah. Okay. Well.
Oh good, you got your wallet back. Sorry I couldn't help you before, mister. I'll tell you something to make it up to you. These days, there's a lot of scary monsters roaming around Midgar, I heard. A guy who came from Calm told me. He said he travels all over the world, but he says he's never seen as many monsters as he has around Midgar.
You creepy child, but thank you for unlocking a mission for me.
You can also get to the if you take the train. If you
Everyone in.
Outside this gate is to the right. There's a park.
Welcome, shopper.
Man, they don't actually make me buy anything at the shops, though. Fine. Do I still need to go to see Aerith? Head to the church. Okay, cool. Alright, we'll head to the church as our sort of last thing we do. That's the guy who gave me the mission. Alright, back to Sector 8. So he could still be in the Shinra building. Because there aren't any other... Yeah, let's try the Shinra building. They gave me a mission. He gave me a mission. I guess I should just look for people that weren't here before. Although I have a feeling that's that guy I just apprehended was there before.
I finally got a chance to...
If you have Aaron as soul.
No, these guys are all the same.
A while ago, when I think.
I hear.
Yeah. And you're the squats guy. I had to do a squats challenge against different Shinra employees. It was really easy. You just have to press Y in time with Zack's squats. I think it's building up towards... I promised Aerith a flower cart.
Since the attack on Shin, because Jin.
And yeah, you're the squat thrust squat guy, so you're not. You're okay. I'll just check the materia room. It's the only other place I can think of. I had to do a squat competition. It was really easy. I beat them first time, got the achievement, but they gave me
To
parts.
supply Mako, however, even the war.
Right.
To supply.
Yeah. He mentioned Wu Tai, so I thought maybe.
When I was in the sun, and he at the
Okay. I guess we'll check the exhibition room then. Everything up here is tickety-boo, although...
We were... No.
Yeah. Just regular dorky soldiers. I promised Aerith a flower cart, and I think it's building up to... So a couple of the missions that I did gave me blueprints for different types of carts, and I've also unlocked different parts for different carts. So I think it's building up to a kind of like... you know how in original Final Fantasy you had to get the dress for Cloud, and the better the quality of the dress you got. Basically, the more effort you put in, the better quality of dress and makeup you got.
Hey! I actually saw the exact same car in Sector 8.
I've been coming here every day, truth be told.
Oh yeah, this is the dude that wants to have sex with this lady.
The
Or
Shinra model
possibly
37.
the vehicles. It's not entirely clear.
Compared to the 27, the 37 is lighter in weight, but has greater durability. With the popularity of the 37, production of the 27 has been discontinued.
Okay, they seem pretty normal. What are you?
Sid.
No.
Ever since the recent, please let.
Oh, okay. I guess they're not in the Shinra building. I guess it would be pretty ballsy, considering we already uncovered them as a spy, to just still be hanging around the Shinra building. But
This is Sector. If you go from the station.
let me just do a lap and see if there's anyone who wasn't here before. Hang on, was this guy here before? Yes. Ah.
Huh?
Oh, this is the reporter.
You're not the Shinra army. I'm trying to hide from the Shinra people right now. Go away or they'll get suspicious.
I mean, I'm technically part of the Shinra army.
What the? You're a soldier?
Yeah, there we go.
Please let me go. I'm not a bad person. I'm just a simple reporter.
I guess you don't look like a bad guy.
Thank you. I really owe you one.
So what's your deal?
Who I am isn't important. I'm just a journalist, trying to uncover dark truths about the Shinra Company. Our readers are always seeking the truth. My mission in life is to find it for them.
Can you give me your contact info?
It's not much of a thank you, but I'll send my articles to you, free of charge.
Yeah, signing me up to your mailing list really is like the opposite of a reward. I feel like this is more of a punishment.
Make sure you don't get Shinra too riled up, okay?
Thank you for the warning.
Two soldier operatives reported as KIA were spotted alive. Both Genesis and Angira were seen entering the Apple processing factory in Banora. In fact, my source tells me he saw more than one Genesis appearing, one after another in succession. Professor Hollander of the science department was also present. One can assume that Genesis and Angira are involved in clandestine experiments taking place at the factory. I since lost contact with my source, and I can only pray that he is safe. I mean, that's pretty accurate reporting, actually, yeah. So yeah, they're still alive. There's lots of them. Hollander's involved. I mean, he didn't say the word cloning, but...
The fate...
No, don't talk to her again.
The fate...
No, it's that.
Hey there.
Okay, this is a waste of time talking to them. Alright, let's go back down to Loveless Square then, I guess. This is a fun little mini game, isn't it? See, I kind of wanted to do this stuff off stream because I was like, yeah, I could sort of tell that this probably wasn't going to be massively interesting. But then I knew that as soon as I started running around, something would happen. And lo and behold, Angeal descends from the sky and says, "Hey, what's up?"
This lovely.
Writing. I wish.
So, a necessary evil, I'm afraid. You're the fan club lady. You're the guy with the car. You're the suspicious child. Okay, where is it? Third. Oh, they are at the Shinra building. Who did I not talk to at the Shinra building there? Oh, maybe it's one of the people at the desk.
Good day, sir. Please come. Zach Fit. Currently, you have rested.
Good day to you. I hear you're from Gongaga. You're 6'1" an only child, and your hobby is doing squats. Uh-huh. Good day to you. I hear. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Your assistant. I will make if you.
He's in.
Yes,
But actually, he's a daydreamer.
Oh. I thought I was onto something there.
Now, the general. How about.
Who did I not talk to?
But they are still.
Wait. Who's this dude?
Not again. I have to say, Shinra has built one convoluted building. I mean, come on. 2 elevators for a building this size is complete madness.
There's also a stairwell.
I am ashamed to say that I have no sense of direction. I get lost trying to go anywhere. There's nothing suspicious about me. Stop leering at me.
Ah, here we go. Here's the guy.
I'll say it again. I'm... What? I've been blown!
Good for you.
This is Zach.
Don't brag about it.
I'm on you.
How's this game able to be on Switch? I don't know. I mean, sometimes they do manage some like really impressive stuff with the Switch. Like, you know, crank the frame rate down to 30, resolution down to 720.
If we get any further intel on the remnants, I'm sure there'll be a follow-up mission for us to go on. Here's the intel on spy number 4. This next spy, according to reports, is possibly disguised and posing as a woman. They say that this one really has an appetite for money, but that's not an awful lot to go on.
Oh, maybe it's the lady who was getting hit on then. She was complaining about the wallet. Starting to doubt the whole hardware issue. Well, I think there is truth to that, in that the Switch hardware is definitely a tier below everything else at the moment. But I think it's more that it's just difficult. Some developers just have a harder time developing on it than others, and it's entirely down to basically how well that developer can port stuff.
I don't know.
And I mean, that's even true for first-party developers. I mean, you only have to look at the recent Pokemon game to see how...
This is a 3. The rest is up to what's in his wallet. What are you? Another pickup artist? So...
Oh, didn't mean to skip that.
What do you want, soldier man? Damn, I'm blown.
This is Zach. I found a Wutai spy.
Oh, that was a lot easier to find.
Stop!
And they are existing people in the world. They're not just... They don't just spawn in, so... Running around and looking for someone new isn't going to work.
Zach, excellent work. The Wutai spy we caught is already being interrogated. If we get any further intel on the remnants, I'm sure there'll be a follow-up mission for us to go on. Here's the intel on spy number 5. Intel says this particular spy is not from Wutai, so we surmise that it's just someone with a grudge against the company. There's reports that he is somehow tied to our space development program.
Oh, okay. Well, I know who this guy is. It's the angry spaceman I was talking about earlier. But yeah, no, it's definitely possible to make like really visually and technically impressive games on the Switch, because you only have to look at, I mean, Breath of the Wild and Xenoblade and things like that to sort of see examples of where that's possible. I mean, having played an emulated version of Breath of the Wild, man, it's so much nicer at 60 frames per second, but it's still really, really good on Switch.
Has supposedly begun training already, but really, it should be me in there, Shinra. You're saying I have a grudge against Shinra?
I mean, no, you said that.
Yeah, I do. What of it? Damn, I'm blown.
These Wutai spies really are inept.
Hey, stop!
Zack, excellent work. The Wutai spy we caught is already being interrogated. If we get any further intel on the remnants, I'm sure there'll be a follow-up mission for us to go on. Here's the intel on spy number 6.
Alright, this is the last one.
This last spy has a grudge against a soldier operative who fought heroically in Wutai. Most likely, this operative is you, Zack. That's all the intel we have right now, I'm afraid. If he's evaded our network for this long, this one may be a true professional.
Okay, who has a... I haven't caught anyone on the soldier floor yet, so I reckon they're up here. Was there anyone talking about Wutai? I think one of these two was talking like...
I finally got a chance to show what I'm... I can't let you take... The other day, the next time I put out a good I finally got a...
If you have errands, if you have errands, a while ago, when I think he wasn't allowed to quit because he... A while ago, when I think...
Briefing room?
Since the attack on Shinra, because...
No. He's the squats guy, it won't be him. Interior room... I mean, maybe? I don't think there are any scientists... Oh, there was one guy who mentioned something about Wutai in the material room.
To supply Mach, that's why however, even the war with... To supply...
No. He's just talking about the war with Wutai.
When I was in this, and he said at the time, I thought. When I was in this, and he at the.
All right, I'm just gonna just get moving. 6 spy in the park. Okay, this is not material. Not. Let's not waste time running around Midgar and everything for a 6th time. We're coming up to an hour, and all I've done is run around talking to people. Entrance. I think, though, I'm actually good for not doing the missions, because I thought I had to do the Wutai missions to unlock the next Wutai mission, but this spy hunting thing is what I actually have to do. Just does take a little while to get across town though, doesn't it?
Uncle, when are you coming back?
What's wrong? Looking for someone?
No, I'm waiting for Uncle to come back. They said that there's lots of monsters right outside of Midgar. So Uncle went with a bunch of people and left Midgar to beat up those monsters.
And he hasn't come back?
He is coming back! If I keep waiting here, he has to. Uncle's a really nice person. When I told him I wanted to work for him one day, he smiled and he said, okay.
If you keep believing, he'll come back. I know it.
Yeah.
Huh, okay. So some of these missions you have to, like, do all the missions and then go and talk to the NPC. So... Suspicious child.
I am a proud Wutai trooper. I eat soldier and Shinra troopers for breakfast. What? I'm a proud, brave Wutai trooper. Scared now?
It's an incredibly deep voice for a small child.
What is it, mister? I'm blown!
This is Zack. I found a Wutai spy. It's just a kid.
I wasn't a kid.
Zack, excellent work.
I mean, I guess he was trying the hide in plain sight thing by just being like, yeah, no, I'm always a spy. What of it?
If we get any further intel on the remnants, Zack, thanks to you, we managed to catch every one of the Wutai spies. You have our gratitude. Now, all that's left is to take down the remnants HQ.
Child. He's like, how dare you arrest my friend?
Where did he go? Hey! Where did he go? Did he go home already?
Yes. He went home permanently. Don't worry about your friend. Why are you hanging around at this park?
Lucky. I'm a member of the
Ah!
hardcore Sephiroth fan club, the Silver Elite.
Sephiroth's premier fan club?
Apparently, he washes his hair with an entire bottle of shampoo.
Our fan club is the stuff of legend. Only a select few are chosen to be members. We only recruit twice a year. You should consider it a miracle that you got this chance.
Huh.
All right. Now let's begin the entrance exam.
Hey, wait a minute. I never said that I wanted to join.
Question 1. What is the name of Sephiroth's beloved sword?
It's the Mazamune.
You're not listening.
Hurry up and answer. You're running out of time. Correct. Question 2. What is Sephiroth's ultimate attack?
I mean, it's supernova.
Correct.
Yeah.
Question 3. Which is Sephiroth's dominant hand?
I actually don't know this one. Just to check. I think it's right. He's right-handed, isn't he? He's left-handed. Hang on. I'm seeing mixes of people. Apparently, he's left-handed in FMVs. But he's right-handed in some scenes because the programmers couldn't be able to change the weapon hand for Sephiroth's model. So I guess he's his left hand. Okay.
Correct. Well done.
I didn't know that one.
You are now a chosen member of the Sober Elite Fan Club. Oh, your first male.
So is that the achievement? Dear members of the Silver Elite, in this update we present another piece of Sephiroth trivia, the secrets to his beautiful long hair. The hair products he uses are of the highest grade, made and supplied by the Shinra Company. He seems to use one whole bottle of both shampoo and conditioner every time he washes his hair. See, I told you. They are. I thought I read this last week, but I must have seen it on Twitter. They are scented with 13 kinds of perfume, including rose and vanilla. Apparently, the scent in the air after Sephiroth tosses his hair changes daily. This is the kind of lore I wanted from Crisis Core, like about how
The Silver Elite is a prestigious fan club that
the type of shampoo and conditioner that Sephiroth uses.
And the only one who knows that entire history is our esteemed chairwoman. But she has never shown her face in public to this very day. We only know of her through mail. I wonder what she's like.
The plot thickens. So I did get the achievement. So I'm guessing there's still another fan club. Maybe by the end of the game there's a Zack Fair fan club I can join. Because I've joined all the other ones and I'm the only other notable soldier.
Here in Midgar, after a few...
So yeah, so I was saying earlier that I can do all the missions, but sometimes when you do a finished missions, you have to go and talk to the person afterwards. And if I leave the missions until after I finish, until after I can go back to Midgar, I won't be able to talk to those people. And I'm guessing some of them have got... So, like I said, I've got these like walnut wood and premium tires, ceramic treads, high grade solder. So this stuff is all for the different carts. I got a Craftsman's Instructions for building a hand cart, and I got the Shinra lunch cart specs. So I guess I want to improve my odds and just be able to get all of the materials and in manuals and stuff. So maybe I will just quickly do these missions just to make sure I don't miss anything. They shouldn't take me long. As you will see, I am massively over-leveled. Phoenix down, firing, spring up. Let me just check and see if any of these actually have any... Oh, this gives me the Happy Turtle. So I guess I could do that one. Okay, I think these are probably okay to ignore, but I will just do this one real quick to unlock the shop. You can just get an idea for how powerful I have become.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
There we go. Get used to that. Get used to that happening. That guy used to be a boss. That was a boss at one point in this game. What I do try and do during these missions is run along the edges, because as long as you run along the edges of along the walls, you can generally avoid most of the encounters. And I don't really need to be fighting anything.
Out of the way. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
There's the guy, but there's still one more chest.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Yeah, I feel like combat's going to be like that for a little while.
Conflict resolved.
Why won't you finish me?
Not in the mood.
Oh, this is the guy.
As long as we draw breath.
Is this the guy I decided not to kill earlier as well?
Now, finish it.
I like his trousers.
My dream is to become a hero.
What?
That's why I try to carry out my duties in a way that makes the most people happy. Is your dream to restore Wutai? Then how does dying here get you any closer to that?
You and I are enemies. You will live to regret this.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think I'd have more trouble sleeping if I finished you. If you want to take me down, I'll be waiting for you. See ya.
Yeah, I beat you with one move, dude. I'm not really that worried. Is that the last shop? No. Dang it. Okay, there's an achievement for getting all the shops as well. And I've got most of them. And this has... nothing. Cool. Oh, do I want to oversave? Yes, screw it. I missed a couple of achievements early on, and I'm thinking about, like, one... But I could do a new game plus and just very quickly go and get those once I'm finished, I think. So, I don't need to put too much thought into that. Do I want to do this stuff? What was the one the little girl told me to go and do? Who wanted to save her uncle. The Wutai ones I'll go and do. I think Ogre Code to ignore. Shinra Soldier. Oh, 216. Oh, so I need to do these 3 missions to unlock this, and then I need to go and speak to someone. Okay, so I do need to very quickly go and do these ones. That would have been annoying if I had missed this one. Just do a... I always do a spin at the beginning of every level, because sometimes they do just put chests directly behind you. But there's something about the frame rate that makes my eyes, like... I didn't get, like, motion sick. But there's something just with how smooth the frame rate is that it makes me like just like the teeny tiniest bit dizzy.
Activating combat mode.
It's the weirdest thing.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Okay. You're curious, I have Hell Lightning equipped, which inflicts stop, poison, and death, I think. It might also inflict... and silence. Stop, silence, poison, and death. And I have a material that also makes me immune to all of those things as well. It's very, very good. I also have dual cast turned on. Wait, do I have dual cast turned on? Yeah. So when I cast it cast it twice. Like I said, I'm stronger than I need to be.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
But it does mean that getting through these missions is a lot quicker because of it. If I didn't have to get the chests, they'd be even faster. It is really just picking up the chests that makes this that's going to make this take longer. No chests on this one.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
See, I think those enemies actually absorb lightning, but because I'm so strong, my lightning causes death, and the death status kind of overrules any healing that they get. So they should technically be able to absorb that lightning attack, but they can't. That's... This is a silly game. I also didn't want to get, like... Oh, no, they're weak... Oh, yeah, no, they're weak to fire. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do absorb electricity. I didn't want to, like, get... put together, like, a superly... like, what's the word? Overpowered build. Like, you know, look up all the most powerful materia and stuff. But some of these missions really do rely on you having... one of the options I've got is there's a series of 4 punch materias. Goblin punch. There's one that uses up HP, one that uses up MP, one that uses up AP, and one that just punches. And they all ignore damage. Okay, so I need to go and talk to someone in... Approaching that's good. Sighting 65. Speak to the researcher in the exhibit room of the Shinra building. Man, I'll go all the way back to the Shinra building. Yeah, so there's these punch materias which bypass defense. And they are specific enemies that you basically can only hurt with those materia. So they really do, like, tailor the missions in such a way that you have to just, like, min-max and make sure that you've got, like, the most powerful stuff equipped for those fights. Otherwise, you just can't do them. So. There's still a little bit of, like, preference in what you want to have equipped, but generally you end up equipping... You generally end up equipping sort of, like, most of this, of about sort of 8 different materia.
You're just a doll made by the science department. Do not speak to me.
A doll? You're saying Soldier is a bunch of dolls? I can't let that slide, buddy.
I have nothing to say to a soldier battle drone.
Come on now. We protect Midgar and fight the good fight all around the world. Unlike some scientist reading his research notes at his desk all day, I make real contributions.
One question.
Huh?
Why are you here, exactly?
Zach, can you talk?
What's up?
Have you heard about those reports of the recent spike in monster sightings around Midgar and Calm?
Yeah, I've heard.
Apparently, those monsters were once held by the Shinra Science Department as study samples.
Seriously? So you're saying these monsters busted out of Shinra's cages?
You think they could? On their own? The Shinra building security system isn't that lax.
But then...
The company has decided to cover this up with a massive soldier deployment to eliminate the monsters. I'm sure you'll get the call soon too. But for now, keep this quiet.
Yeah, definitely don't talk about it over our Shinra-issued cell phones.
Right, got it. Shinra monsters, huh? What's happening to this place?
Alright, Zach's starting to learn that the Shinra company is, like, super evil. I think he may. Save point. See? Always got to do a spin at the start of each level.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I mean, at this point, I will say the missions are, like, there's no need. There's 300 missions, and there is no need for there to be that many missions because, like, a lot of the levels do. I mean, there's only, I want to say maybe 10, maybe 12 different maps, and they're all just remixes of the exact same maps. Like, not even different layouts. It's just like 12 maps, and they start you in different parts of the map and seal off different routes to make it feel different. And after a while, you stop unlocking anything really unique. Like, I've got maybe like 8 Ultima materials at this point, and like multiple different versions of the same accessory. So I don't need to open these chests, really. There's not... It's unlikely there's going to be anything in them that I don't already have. But very occasionally, they'll chuck in a key item. And it's like...
Activating combat mode.
Fine. But yeah, the 300 missions thing is just... like old school. We wanna pad our game out, so here's 20 hours worth of stuff to do.
Why do you in Soldier risk your lives in battle? Were I in your position, I would find it unbearable to have to fight for Shinra.
Well, being at the beck and call of the company can get tiresome at times.
The Cetra. Have you ever heard this term?
Cetra? Never heard of it.
The Cetra will return to the Promised Land. A land that promises supreme happiness.
And unlimited Blitzball games.
It is said that the Promised Land is fertile with an overabundance of Mako energy. If we seize the Promised Land, we would have all the energy we need without Mako reactors. And the Cetra are thought to know the exact location of this wondrous Promised Land.
Oh, come on. Sounds like a fairy tale.
The science department has invested vast amounts of money to study this fairy tale, even at the risk of making the most inhuman of sacrifices.
I'm not getting you, Doc. What exactly are you talking about?
My point is only this. Shinra deserves to perish.
We've been looking for you. I've come here to take you into custody.
What's going on?
This man has been releasing test monsters from Professor Hojo's laboratory, with the intention of having them attack Midgar.
What?
Truly, the research conducted by the science department is tantamount to sacrilege. We must atone for our sins. That is all.
That doesn't make sense! To atone for our sins, Midgar has to burn?
We had even sacrificed Ifalna, the last surviving Cetra. To atone for that, destroying a city like Midgar is a bargain.
What the hell is a Fulna? Is that a reference to before Crisis?
He was the #2 guy in the science department, after Professor Hojo. He was always a well-respected member of the science department. So why?
Hey, Mithril Tools. Okay. So yeah, it's definitely worth... Yeah, there we go. Light tools made of mithril, suitable for detailed handiwork. So yeah, I definitely do need to do some of these. Maybe I should check which ones actually give you stuff, though, because I do still have, like, I want to say 30% left. Yep, 70% completed. So I still have 30% of these missions left to do, which is a bit much to do. If I did them on stream, that'd be the entire afternoon, and I do want to play some of the story. I just basically want to make sure that I don't miss anything. Alright, let me just have a quick look. Crisis Core... Handcart parts. Let's see which missions have them. And which ones don't. Okay, so the standard flower wagon, they give you the parts for, so I don't need to worry about that. The cute flower wagon, I need Craftsman's Monthly, which I've... Let me actually check my key items. So I got Craftsman's Monthly, Walnut Wood, Premium Tires, and Mithril Tools. So I got that. The cool flower wagon. That's for, I got all the stuff for doing the squats quest. Okay, that's actually, I do have all the parts. That was the last part I needed. Cool, alright. Let's go talk to Aerith. I'm pretty sure I have all of the other missable missions now. Hang on, 214. Do I have that one? So I'm very paranoid about this. Like I said, I've put a lot of time into the missions. I really don't want to... Yeah, okay. Defend the slums. 2 and 3. Yeah. 2 and 711. Yeah, I've done 7. 2 and 5, done that. 2 and 6, done that. 4 through 1. That's all the Crescent Unit ones. And then there's 621, which is the Midgar City development. What do I get for the... Midgar City development. Let me just see what the reward is for doing all of... So this is 621. I do get I do get more shops out of doing this, but otherwise, not anything that I've. Might be worth just doing these 6 real quick, but... Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to do these last... I'm going to do these 6 real quick, just in case I can get something from the research guy, and then we'll crack on with the story. I got all the stuff for the flower carts.
Activating combat mode. Bring it on.
And let's be honest, it's not going to take me very long to do these. I think there's some of the missions I don't unlock until chapter 9 as well, so I can't. I'm not even in a position to unlock everything yet.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I missed a chest somewhere. Oh, here. I also... If I wasn't powerful enough, I also absorb all elemental damage. You know. Oh. Sorry, sometimes I don't see those pink dots until I'm running into them. Where's his last chest?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
The frequency of battles is also tedious. It turns on so much while you're running around. It'd be fine if it was like, once you cleared out an area, you had maybe like a few fights quiet. Although I suppose it does make it useful for when you're trying to grind something. The battles just restock as soon as you leave, because you basically have to just leave the area, leave the sort of section that fight appears in, and it will reset. There's the chest. But yeah, it does make it convenient for grinding, but it's annoying for just running around normally. Especially when I'm at this point where I'm not really getting anything unlocked anymore. The only thing I can really get is levels up, and they're random anyway, so... Da 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 da. So yeah, I think after I do these 6 missions, I'll have the last 3 shops. I think. That's the end. Are there any chests out here? No. Oh, that's one.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I friggin' hate the stronger version of those ostriches. They are so irritating. There are still, like, even as sort of powerful as I am, doing like the level 9 and 10 missions, there's still some enemies that just Then they're okay sort of one-on-one, some of them. But then when there's just a group of them, they just stun. If you let them, they just stun lock you. And those friggin' ostriches just don't stagger, and they just peck you to death. I hate them.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on.
I said before, very rarely when I'm playing games off stream do I actually talk out loud. Like, get angry enough that I say stuff. I was yelling at the screen on this on a couple of them, especially before I got resistances to death. I still don't have a proper resistance to stun set up, because it has. I kind of have to. I have to take something else off to get stun resistance on, so I only really do it when I fight an enemy that is annoying with stun. And there are a lot of enemies that are annoying with their stun.
Activating combat mode.
Where's the last friggin' chest? I've done this map dozens of times. And I swear, sometimes I've done like laps of this sort of inner circle, and then like after 5 laps, the chest I swear wasn't there before, just kind of spawns in. Like it definitely wasn't there, and then it's there. Maybe it is over here by this guy though. Oh, there it is. Should look a bit more carefully.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Combat resolved.
Alright, 4 more. Not Wutai. What am I doing? 6.
Activating combat mode. Combat resolved.
Those locusts are another one that can be annoying at a higher level. But I only just noticed that those the lower level ones are called slaps.
Activating combat mode. Bring it on.
I don't know why they're called that. They definitely do not slap. They very much do the opposite. They suck, if anything. Like literally, and like they're awful.
Activating combat mode. Resolved.
Yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
I'm hoping it's coming across why I did 70% of these off stream, and why I will probably do
Activating combat mode.
most of the remaining 30% off stream as well. These aren't terribly exciting. Like I said, I'm just paranoid about missing content, so I should check the other. I'll check all the shots at the same time. Okay, so I need 3 chests.
Activating combat mode. Resolved. Activating combat mode. Resolved. Activating combat mode.
I can run away from fights, but it honestly takes as long to run away as it does to just kill everything.
Activating combat mode. Resolved.
It's a joke. Alright, there's 1. Is the enemy over there? No. Okay. A lot of these missions have this kind of format where there's a branch path which has a chest, and then a different branch which has the enemy. There's. Yeah, that's good. Lock onto the one that's outside of the range of your lightning.
Activating combat mode. Resolved.
The lock-on in this game is definitely something of a low point. There are like multiple points where I'm like turning the camera around trying to lock on to like guys who are standing behind me, and then it just shoots at a completely different enemy, and it's like Zach, come on, man. Work with me. God, no chests. No chests. It's a nice quick one. I can just run straight to the enemy.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
See, if they were all that quick, I wouldn't have any problems doing them 300 times. I'd be happy to, but sadly. Right, one more.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Four chests on this one. At least the amount of chests are quite low. On the later missions, you get like 8 or 9 chests you have to find, and it's just...
Activating combat mode.
Ugh.
Conflict resolved.
I mean, it's a good... Some games like this, like content like this in games, is good for sort of... If you just want to put on like a movie that you've seen before, or a podcast, or a YouTube video or something, and just kind of switch your brain off for a few hours. It's perfect for that.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Got one more chest. There it is.
Activating combat mode.
Go away.
Conflict resolved.
Okay.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Bring it on.
There we go. Alright, so give me a shop. Wait. I think I'm taking combat missions on behalf of the City Planning Department. I hope you accept, as a token of our appreciation, this flyer for the newly reopened material shop in Sector 8. It's a very famous and convenient shop that ranks #1 in the world in material sales. It was closed for some time during remodeling, but now it's back for business. Feel free to use the services the shop has to offer. I hope you continue your duties for our company. Hey, thank you for taking on so many missions on behalf of the City Planning Department. I'm sending you a flyer for the material shop in Sector 5. As the world's first material shop, not only does it have historic value, though they are membership-based businesses limiting their dealings to customers of their choosing. With that kind of exclusivity, you can be sure of the quality of their goods. Feel free to use the services the shop has to offer, and I hope you continue your duties for our company. Yeah, nothing I need. But also, I thought there was a third shop. Maybe I need to go and talk to the guy. Not that guy. Wait, was it that guy?
The
This guy's...
inspection team has arrived. My comrades on the escort, I'm grateful for soldiers' support. Incidentally, my comrades to go from Midgar to Corel Village.
Okay. Well, he at least recognized that I did the mission, I guess.
Your assistance is much appreciated. On behalf of the City Planning Department, I thank you. I will make an official request for soldier assistance at the next Shinra board meeting. If you start seeing missions from the City Planning Department, I hope you'll take them on with zeal.
Who's Zeal? He must be a member of Soldier I don't know. I thought they said the 6th mission would give me another shop. Sector 6 accessories shop. Yeah. I've only got Sector 8 and Sector 5. Did I miss a mission? How to get Sector 6 accessory shop, Crisis Core. Obtain his mission ward Underground City. Is there like a secret thing I need to do to unlock it? I mean, it doesn't have anything that I want. Complete 6 to... Yeah. Complete mission 626. I did mission 626. Give me my shop address. Oh, okay. There's some other people who are having the same problem, and they say apparently it just unlocks... They just unlock for them randomly at some point after Chapter 5, so... I guess I'll just keep going? Maybe it's that the guides are wrong, and that it doesn't actually unlock for 626, it actually unlocks for something else. But it just unlocked after doing 626 for them. Okay, well I've done the mission, and I've spoken to the guy. That was the important thing. Let's crack on. I should now have everything that is missable. Worst case scenario, I'm 94% confident that mission progress carries over to New Game Plus. So even if I don't quite have every mission done, when I do New Game Plus, I can pick up the one I missed, and I don't have to replay all of them, I think.
Uncle came back safe and sound. He said a soldier guy from Shinra came and beat up the monsters.
Yeah, I did.
That's great news. You'd better thank that soldier guy, huh?
Yeah.
So this uncle of yours, what's he like?
Uncle always wears really nice clothes. He's stylish. His house is up in Wall Market. Inside his house, everything's all shiny and golden. He told me that his job is being a Don.
Oh, dang it, did I just save Don Corneo?
A Dawn? That's a strange job name.
I could have done with not doing that mission, to be honest. Would have cut out a lot of content in the original and the remake.
Zack, I need you in Modeoheim.
I know. Just give me a minute.
Aerith isn't there. Problem?
And how is it you know Aerith?
It's complicated.
Really?
Did she tell you anything?
Not a thing.
Then I won't either.
Oh, I wanted to build my flower cart.
Well, whatever, I guess. Whatever.
It's like, man, I wanted to hang out with my girlfriend, and now I gotta go and kill some fools. I think our helicopter crashed. Yep, our helicopter crashed. Cool. Neat.
Well, that's a fine how do you do.
I wonder where Modeoheim is then.
Hey guys!
No signal out here.
Well, at least we're all in one piece. We'll be alright.
Thankfully.
We have someone used to this kind of terrain.
Yeah, I'm a country boy.
All right then. We would have reached Modeoheim by now if we hadn't crashed. So, we're going to need to make up for lost time.
All right. Follow me then.
I wonder if one of those guys in the back is Cloud. I'm pretty sure he shows up soon.
Activating combat mode.
So nice to be just running around like a normal, like a new area after running through the same 12 dungeons over and over and over again.
Yo! Don't fall too far behind. At least someone's keeping up.
Well, I'm a country boy too.
Hey!
Where?
Nibelheim.
It is Cloud!
How about you?
Me? Gungaga. Hey, what's so funny about that? You know Gungaga?
No, but it's such a backwater name.
Ditto Nibelheim.
Like you've been there.
I haven't, but there's a reactor there, right? A Mako reactor outside Midgar usually means
Nothing else out there.
Good news, Sung. Me and
Yay!
Cloud here are both backwater experts. Oh yeah.
Good. Carry on then.
It's like, I really wish I wasn't wearing this expensive Midgar Italian equivalent suit. Yay! So I think I've got one more. Oh no, I got Genesis and I think I got Phoenix. Otherwise, my oh, I didn't realize I needed to get Cactuar and Tonberry up to 100. I thought they all started. I thought they started at 100, same as all the other materials. Maybe once I've used them once, they'll go up to 100. Because I think I've used all the rest. Have I used Magic Pot? Maybe I've used Magic Pot. I need to get all these up to 100 as well before, for an achievement. Easily done though. At some point, you just have to. There's a mission in the first set of missions where you basically just leave the game on, and the enemies are so weak that they can't actually like kill you by that point. So the wheels, the roulette goes round and round. You just let the roulette go round and round and round and round for hours and hours, and eventually you max out your level. You max up all your MWDs.
Zach? So, Soldier. What's it like?
Huh? I'm not getting the question. Well, you'll know once you join up.
If I can join.
Don't worry. If I can do it, you can.
Yeah, Cloud, you're at least better than that shitty level 3 soldier, 3rd class soldier that I had to constantly go on missions with. He was crap. Just start doing some squat thrusts, you'll be fine.
It's Genesis.
That's a Mako excavation test site.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Our main mission here is reconnaissance. Engaging Genesis was not expected.
Not expected, so just let them be? Unreal.
In any case, we need more intel. It's possible that a larger force is hiding inside the building.
How's this then? I go first, avoiding combat if possible and sneak inside. Then, I take a look around. If I can take them, I will. If not, I'll bolt. Come on, man. I'll prove that Soldier isn't just a bunch of mindless thugs.
All right.
Just some of us
The
are.
entrance is behind that warehouse. Make your way in from there.
Gotcha!
I'm sure you know, but it'll be cold. Mind your body temperature. If you stop moving, your body temp will go down. To get it back up, just do your usual thing.
Oh, that! Good idea.
I mean, I do have like hundreds of fire materia.
Amazing.
You have to always be careful of the cold.
We'll be standing by here. Don't take too long.
Okay, so I have to do a stealth mission whilst also doing squats to increase my body temperature. Yeah, this should go fine. He did say I could get in this way. Didn't he? Maybe not. What am I doing here? Guards constantly patrolling the facility. If you're detected, they'll give you a chase in the battle and ensure they catch up to you. Zach can escape detection by crouching behind objects like steel barrels. While holding the locked areas, you will not be detected. Keeping your body temperature up. Your body temperature will go down if you stay in one place too long. When your body temperature hits 26, you'll fail the mission. There are 5 containers in total, but you will lose one if the following occurs. Entering battle, moving outside the facility, body temperature goes down to 226. Alright, so I need to get all 5 containers, and yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, ignore me, despite the fact that you guys can very clearly see me. So am I completely, like, stealth down here? Even if this guy turns around? Yes, okay. Ah, okay, so this is where I want to need to go in, but there's still 2 more chests to get. How have I been spotted? Dang it. How did he see me? I was round the corner. I bet. Hang on. I bet there's an achievement for doing this properly. So open the path to the cage. No, it's cut down every shell. Blended a perfume. Guess the exact number. Infiltrated the Mako excavation facility without being discovered once. Yeah, I thought so. All right, we'll reload. This is fortunately there's a save point. So. I basically don't want to go around that corner until I've got the other two chests. So there's one there. Yeah, so I guess these guys aren't actually a problem for me until I go in. The other one must be over there. So. Yeah, there it is. Let's get that, and then grab those two, and then jump in. Easy. Easy. Ah, damn it. Okay, maybe not so easy. I really need vision cones and a radar.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I think I would have been okay if I had been if I hadn't hesitated. That was my problem. No. Why did it default to the second option? Okay. So, like, that guy doesn't come around for a little while. So until, as soon as that guy turns around at the back, I can go. And then I'm good. So I need that guy to... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I need that guy to turn around. Right, he's gone. He's going that way. He's over there. Go. Ah, gee, I probably could have just run back at that point. But yeah, I hesitated again. I think I can probably get through this without doing any squats, though. My temperature's going down, like, slowly. Unless it starts going, like, building up. It's going down slow enough that I don't think I need to do any squats. Okay, so that guy goes right. That guy goes up. Nope, 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 nope. Not the time to go up. Wait just a little bit longer. make sure I'm actually hidden. So now, I just need to wait for this guy to go here. Just basically the same timing I had before, where all three of them were over here. Come on, 29 degrees. He's over there. I could do some squats to warm up. That's close, that's close. But I bought myself a couple of seconds. Okay, so those two are going to go over there. Boom. I think we're golden. I've got enough time to grab all 5 chests and get in. Booyah! Achievement get. So it's save point.
Activating combat mode.
I guess being detected after I'm in doesn't count anymore, so that's fine. I got a new email from Luxier. Hello, Zach. I'm Luxier, Soldier Second Class. We just met on the soldier floor. I'm the one who told you about Sephiroth. I just wanted to say that I have a lot of respect for you. Your strength and spirit comes through in the way that you never seem to lose your smile, and that's why I want to assist you in any way I can. Since you're always on the go, I thought you might be like to be filled in on the goings-on in Midgar. Oh, thanks, Luxier.
Activating combat mode.
I'm making friends.
Conflict resolved.
People are finally starting to realize how awesome I am. All I need is my Buster Sword now, and my transformation into Hero of Shinra will be complete. You know, very briefly. Very briefly, and then I go live in a basement for a few years.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
That it? I get run all the way over here for an X potion. Ugh.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Conflict resolved.
I do wish Zack had different swords other than just
Bring it on.
Conflict resolved.
his basic soldier sword and the Buster Sword. I mean, obviously he needs the Buster Sword for the end of the game, but it would be nice if I could equip, like,
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
just different stuff as you go, you know? It's nice to change things up.
What's the meaning of this? You need me, Genesis. Remember that. If you get rid of me, who's going to stop the degradation?
Or should I come back?
Stop! Cloud, good work.
Ah, Cloud, bad work.
Nobody knows where the Genova cells are being kept. Not even Hojo knows. You'll never find it.
Then I shall
Hojo
willingly
blatantly knows.
accept my fate. But I'll take the world with me. Cloud! Go!
Smash. Oh, yeah, I am going to fight him. And look at that. One hit. I just love the juxtaposition of that cutscene where I'm like struggling fighting against him with my sword. And then I just run over and one-shot him with my punch him in the face.
Wings stripped away. The end is nigh.
I'm sure that was a cool boss fight, you know. But, you know, he's dead now.
Such is the fate of a monster. We're not monsters, you hear me? We're soldier.
I wasn't talking about you.
Even if the morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return.
Man, can you just say, like, sentences that aren't quoted from that friggin' play? Just, like, say, like, you know, just normal word sentences. Come on, Genesis.
This world seeks my destruction. It goes with me.
Don't make me punch you in the face again. I'll come down there.
Genesis.
Yes. I'm still falling. Oh. The Genesis image reel may become unavailable when proceeding to a new chapter, among other reasons, but it will reappear again. Genesis mode becomes available again. Okay, I guess it's saying you might lose it, but don't worry, it will come back.
Song? Cloud? Where are they? What is that hole? Did they go in?
There's a very brief tour inside of that facility. Like I snuck in, beat up a few soldiers, and then punched Genesis in the face. That was that. I guess let's save.
Activating combat mode.
Go away, birds. I got email from Kunsel. It's my boy. So now you're in Modeoheim, eh? Isn't that near Icicle Inn, the permafrost area? It must be freezing cold out there. That area was once a candidate for Mako excavation, when it was abuzz with construction workers and scientists around the Shinra facility. But after the plans for a Mako reactor were canned, the village was deserted, until reports of disturbing activity started popping up recently. The seclusion and harshness of the environment must make a convenient location for anti-Shinra groups. Yeah. Alright, so that answers the question of where this place is, though. It's near Icicle Inn. Which means it's near the northern crater. Which means... I guess that's all it means.
Activating combat mode.
Yeah, no, I think that's all it means. it being being in the northern crater really doesn't matter for much. But hey, the bathhouse. Are we gonna have Are we gonna have like a hot tub? Not hot tub. Hot spring scene. Soldier members, I thank you for your daily hard work. Shinra's rapid growth has given birth to distortions in many parts of the world. They are Shinra's shadows, dark entities that the president and the vice president must confront. That, in turn, may define us as victims of Shinra's shadows. However, we as employees of the Shinra Company must act with accountability. I trust that you will do that, just that. Even without my leadership. Thank you, and good luck. Did Lazar get fired? Dang.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Wait, is this... Oh, this is where I came in. I got turned around.
Activating combat mode. Out of the way. Conflict resolved.
Okay, no, I guess it's just into the bathhouse then. Oh. No, I don't think this is going to be sexy.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Looks like I have some voicemail messages.
You have 23 messages. Message 1.
Oh, wait. You guys are closed? Another time, I guess.
Yeah, keep listening.
Message 2.
That's 23. Let's go for it.
Hey, party of 8 for tomorrow. Oh, it's voicemail.
Message 3.
My stomach's been hurting ever since I had those drinks at your place. What gives? I'm gonna sue.
Message 4. I left my bag there, I think. Can you check for me? Message 5.
You're still closed. You didn't go out of business, I hope.
Message 6. Are there any front row seats left?
To a bathhouse?
Message 7.
It's closed.
Message 8.
Are they really going to make us go through all 23 messages?
Make sure you're open then. Understand?
Message 9. Please answer our questionnaire and we'll... Message 10.
Can we rent your place for a private party?
Message 11.
You've still got the package over there in the store, right? Worst case, the deal's still on, even if you ain't open for business.
Message 12.
This is the recycling service. We're calling to ask what time you want us to come by for pickup.
Message 13.
Sorry about this, but we have to move D-Day. I'll call you in the new data set.
Message.
If you're closing for good, what's gonna happen to my personal bottle?
Message.
Did you close up the spa too?
Message.
We're getting through them.
Over and it was closed. What's going on?
Message.
There's been some trouble. The deal's off. You're not gonna be able to reach me for a while.
Oh, so they still got the package. Oh, dang it.
Looks like
You have message.
Oh, dang it.
Message.
No. Damn it, stop defaulting to it's not nice to eavesdrop. So close to the end. Right.
Hi, I have a reservation for tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. Message 19.
I heard you're closed for renovations. When's the reopening?
Message.
This is the Shinra Tourist Bureau. We're calling today to inquire about reusing your facilities.
Message.
Looks like I won't be able to pick up the package. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to get rid of it for me. All right?
Message 22.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong number.
Message 23.
I'm sure you already know. But the location of the package is inside the trunk next to the stage.
Okay, so the whole point of that was to find out the location of the package. It was incredibly optimistic of that guy to,
There's something in the trunk.
Oh, that for a power wrist? Really? God damn it. What a waste of my time. Like, it was really optimistic of that guy to have left, like, 7 voicemails and still be like, hey, you're still there, right?
What's this then?
You're listening to these and just not responding, yeah?
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Man, I didn't get an achievement. I got a friggin' power wrist. I got like 20 power wrists. I don't have that many wrists. Oh man, this Griffin looks strong.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
There we go.
And geomonsters.
Oh yeah, I forgot the monsters
mean he's here?
had little faces on them. You don't really notice them when you're fighting them in combat.
Ow! It's way too hot. Is there any way I can cool things down?
Oh. I guess that's what the boiler. The
Activating combat mode.
boiler
Resolved.
room handle is for.
Activating combat
But these are hot springs. Surely they're supposed to be like natural spring water.
Conflict resolved.
Should I be able to cool them down with a handle?
Hey! Cloud, come on.
Come on, you can't die here. It'll cause a paradox.
Sung! Sung.
Up ahead. You have to catch Hollander.
How did a scientist... Oh, and Geo did this. Okay, I was going to say, how did a scientist do that beat you guys up? Like Cloud I could maybe understand, but... So, you're supposed to be pretty cool. You've got a gun. Hang on, I need to find the boiler room. I'll be with you guys in a sec.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Maybe it's on up ahead, though. I don't see...
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to assume it's up ahead, and then I have to come back.
There's something inside.
combat
Out of the way!
Conflict
Don't
resolved.
be. Aha!
That there is a... The steam has stopped.
Okay. I mean, this is probably nothing. Yep. But just on the off chance, it's something unique.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
I'm actually surprised. I mean, this water was hot enough. This spell, great.
Activating combat
I'm
mode.
surprised that this water was actually hot enough that Zack couldn't go in,
Conflict resolved.
considering it only goes up to like the top of his shoes.
Activating combat mode.
Like, how hot does water have to be that you can feel it through leather?
I'm sorry I'm of no help. I'll be resting here.
We'll be fine.
What happened to the other Shinra guard? Is he up ahead fighting hot? Am I going to come in and he's going to be having like a really cool combat scene with Hollander? And he's like, oh yeah, no,
Activating combat mode.
I'm really good. That's why I was brought along for this mission.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Alright, one of those actually got a hit in on me. And then the other one hit me with a fireball, which immediately regenerated the health the other one took off. Hey, Angel.
It should have been me. I should have dealt with Genesis.
Yeah. Then why'd you send me?
To prepare you for your next fight.
Have you lost it? Stop it!
Someone's waiting for you, no?
Angel, don't do this.
Just give me the Buster Sword, and we'll call it a day.
Vengeance for our family's suffering.
Family?
No! My father is dead!
Fine. Then do it for your mother.
No, my mother is dead!
Made her take her own life.
Oh, she killed herself, not Angel.
Shame. How terribly misguided. She should have been proud. Proud that she was the namesake of our experiment. Project G. Or should I say, Project Jillian?
It didn't stand for Genesis.
Her name.
Jillian, the woman implanted with Genova cells. Genesis, who had her genes mapped onto him during the fetal stage. Yes, Genesis was a failure. I'll admit it. But you, Angel, you were actually bred inside Jillian's body. You are perfection.
Zack.
Ah.
Perfect. A perfect monster. My cells can absorb genetic traits and pass them along to others.
A two-way conduit. Genova's power has passed on to you completely.
Zack, do you remember what I said? about our enemy being all that creates suffering.
Yeah, but you're not one of them.
But I created my own suffering. Zack, let me show you.
Stop it! You don't know what you're doing!
Okay, I mean, this wasn't going to take me very long.
At least one sample!
Oh, okay, they're all ignoring me. I mean, one quake would pretty much solve this situation, but... Ah. Oh, and Gio, you were so much cooler before. Look at... I mean, look at this combiner toy that you've turned into. And I'm just going to walk up to you and kill you in one punch. At least I might get the Buster Sword after this. Oh, he actually survived a punch. Just. He had just over 100,000 HP. If I'd hit him with one of my magic attacks, I actually might have killed him in one hit. Because they attack twice. But it's funny getting these like really dramatic cinematic cutscenes leading into boss fights, which I then just bonk on the nose.
You have my thanks. This is for you.
Finally! I'm so happy. Zach's so happy he's crying tears of joy. He's like, I can finally get rid of this shitty sword.
Protect your honor. Always.
It's heavier than I thought it was. Really? That's how Angeal dies? He turns into a weird Digimon and I punched him.
Embrace your dreams. If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams and honor.
Hey, Zack?
Got my sword
Sky
though.
is closer, in the city above, right? Kinda scary. But the flowers might like it. Maybe.
Oh, poor Zack. He's just so happy about getting his Buster Sword. And Aerith is happy for him. He's like, I know you're excited about your new sword, but... Yeah! I got my scar, I got my sword. Now all I need to do is die. I really am kind of annoyed that I didn't finish Chapter 5 last week, because in that last chapter, I unlocked both Cloud and Genesis MWMs, or
So you want to be in Soldier?
the
Hang in there.
slot reel things. And I unlocked the Buster Sword, all three of which have a mechanic attached to them that you level up over time. And so I could have been leveling those three up whilst I was doing the missions. Oh well.
One piece of advice. No. An order.
If you hide behind your sword like this, the enemy can't get headshots.
And whatever happens, protect your soldier honor. Got it? Sir! We're all coming back here alive. You hear me? Let's go.
It's a very impressive sword, sir. We're very happy for you.
Project G was Angel's mother's experiment. I apprehended Hollander in Modeoheim and turned him over to the company. After that, the company put me on standby. That was a while ago. Shinra is in disarray. The Turks are hanging around me every day. They say our vacations overlapped coincidentally. Yeah, right. But none of them ever mention Angel or Genesis. Not a whisper. Almost as if they never existed. Is that how little Soldier is worth? What exactly do I have left to fight for? What is Soldier honor?
Starting to get some existential doubt. And I'm on holiday. Now this is the swimsuit episode, finally. Yeah!
Suntan lotion?
No. Never mind that. What is this? Are they putting me out to pasture?
You could use some R&R.
I'm bored. That's it? I'm calling them.
Director Lazard's not in. He's been missing for a while now. It was Lazard who was funding Hollander's research, using the company's money.
Are you serious?
We're interrogating Hollander, so we should learn more soon.
What's wrong with them?
Hmm?
People. What are they all thinking?
The truth lies within each person. But even truth seems suspect once it leaves their mouths.
Cisne, go do something.
Calling Aerith?
How do you know that? Am I being watched?
No, she's the one being watched.
Huh?
That girl is an ancient. The only one left in the world. You didn't know?
She never said anything. The only one left in the world, huh?
I like how they just drop these like really important plot details just casually. Like this is the most casual way that Zack could have found out that Aerith was an ancient. Ah, yeah, it's umbrella time.
Here?
Activating combat mode.
I did it. Oh no, there's more. I did it. Okay, well, having to fight with an umbrella really didn't slow me down a whole lot.
These guys are still around?
Oh, they came from underground.
Genesis.
Are we going to go to the underwater
Genesis
reactor?
may be around too.
Huh?
When the soul leaves the body, it returns to the life stream.
Yeah, and?
A river of souls circles the planet. Perhaps Genesis's soul is also.
Controlling copies from the life stream? Is that what you're saying?
Just a supposition. In any case, your vacation's over.
That's real commitment to the cause. It's like, yeah, I'm controlling my clones from the afterlife. I've been broken down into literal energy, and I'm still sort of trying to take down Shinra. Like, I think even Barrett wasn't that invested in taking down Shinra, that if he died, he would be like, "Yep, gonna keep shooting them from the afterlife." All right, now wielding the Buster Sword, Zack has learned to take a battle stance. By expending AP, Zack can change to a stance which has a guarding effect. When the battle stance, the attack command is changed to a strong attack, which furthermore, Zack does not flinch when attacked. The more Zack uses the Buster Sword, the greater his proficiency becomes for the weapon, which in turn provides many beneficial effects during the battle. For this reason, you should use battle stance and strong attack with abilities as often as possible. Okay. Now, the Buster Sword's out to gain the Necromose effect. Necromose restores a little MP and AP every time Zack defeats an enemy with an attack or abilities.
Heads up!
Conflict resolved.
So,
Hollander is in Junon now. His presence can't be a coincidence.
so do I want to like switch to my Buster stance and then punch enemies
We'll evacuate the residence. You work on securing Hollander.
in order to level up my Buster stance?
I'm securing Hollander? Don't you need me on the battlefield?
Hollander has top secret information. The president says he's priority 1. With Director Lazard absent, Soldier's chain of command is shaky at best. These attackers exploited that weakness. Zack, you're the only one who can move freely. You must secure Hollander.
Hollander is being held at the 8th level detention center in Upper Junon. Use the emergency elevator to go up. It's at the end of this path. Zack, we need this.
He's still being interrogated. He can't fall into enemy hands.
Okay, I'll go.
Oh, I was gonna have a chat with them, but they both pieced out. That's a oh god. Oh wait, no, I thought that was my new mails, but it's just telling me about my yeah. Okay. Oh, there you go. Mail address successfully stop now attained. Thank you for having taken on so many missions on behalf of the city planning department. With the last mission completed, the series of city development projects. Okay, so that definitely is a glitch then. That didn't unlock straight away. We could not have come this far without you, Zack, and thanks. I'm sending you a flyer for the accessory shop in 66. They are known to carry all the accessories anyone would ever want. Feel free to use the services the shop has to offer, and I hope you continue your duties for our company. Again, I have at least one of everything that they sell, so it's pointless, but I need it for the I need it for the achievement. All right, I'm gonna very quickly go and top up my water. I will be back in 1 minute. Alright. Let's go grab Hollander.
Activating combat mode.
So if I
Here we go.
do Buster Stance,
Conflict resolved.
Later. Oh yeah.
and then punch, does that increase my Buster Stance, or should I actually use the sword? It said ability, so I think punching should work. It was 0.07 before.
Taking you down a peg.
Oh yeah, punching brings it up. So it's 0.10. Hey! Thanks for the raid, Nix dude. Welcome to the stream. My Buster Sword proficiency really does not go up very quickly, does it? I'm cutting through these guys like butter, though. Look at this damage.
This'll do. This is gonna sting.
Oh, I dropped my stance.
Conflict resolved. Oh yeah.
That's why. Oh, he drops his Buster Sword stance after each attack. Ah, okay. That's why my proficiency wasn't going up. Right. Okay, that's going to take a bit of getting used to. How's the stream going? It's good. Oh, it's a quiet afternoon, but
Genesis. No, a copy.
we're getting through Crisis Core, and I've been one-shotting bosses by punching them in the face. Like that. So it's been quite quick battles so far today.
Professor Hollander has escaped. What? They already hit us upstairs? No, but security was spread thin after the attack, and he used that opportunity to escape. He escaped? On his own? Yes. It's as if he knew an attack was about to occur. It's possible that he received some outside help. Where is he? Are there any leads? Cameras in the
Oh, no worries, Nix. Food always takes priority. I appreciate that. But I appreciate the luck. Enjoy your lunch, dinner. I don't know what time of day it is for you.
Press the switch to operate the gate. All right. You look after the wounded. Sir. As for Hollander, leave him to me.
Oh, hang on. Chasing Hollander can wait. I've got an email from my friend. Zach, where are you? Soldier operatives are being sent out because we're getting attacked from all over the place. I'm on a chopper myself, on my way to an assignment. You were on vacation, weren't you? Did it get cut short? These recent attacks makes for real trouble for us. What's worse, the chain of command is in shambles since Director Lazard suddenly disappeared. Nobody seems to know where anyone is. Oh, Kunsel, never change. Oh, no.
Activating combat mode.
Bye now.
Hang on, have I got...
Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved.
It's really hard to tell when I'm in Buster Sword mode.
Hollander! You won't get away. Come on, man. Stop pestering me.
Activating combat
Heads
mode.
up. Bye now.
Oh, so if I'm... Okay.
Heads up. Here we go.
Man, leveling up Buster Sword proficiency is going to be a nightmare. Ah, so he drops his Buster Sword, even if he he drops his Buster Sword his Buster Sword mode down even if you take a step forward. So you have to like turn it on and then attack in range.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg. Here we go. This'll do.
Conflict resolved.
Got him. Oh yeah.
And I managed to get it to... It's not even at 1% yet. I'm quarter of the way to 1% so far. Hey, salutations, Mario. Why is my avatar so handsome? I can't help it, but thank you for the compliment. It's much appreciated. You seem like quite the dandy yourself. Ah, hey, it's one of these guys. I hate these guys because they are damage sponges. Ah, it's such an annoying boss to fight.
Just you wait, Hollander.
Fortunately,
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved.
there we go. Only annoying when they're when they've got the HP to back them up. Now I can just punch a tank.
Mostly been cleared. We'll lock the gate and make this a place of refuge.
Making progress, huh? As for me, I still haven't secured Hollander. Gotta move.
Yes, understood.
Who's this tiny child?
Mr. Soldier, please do something!
Oh, there are other civilians. I thought there's just like one random child hanging out here.
Huh? What's the commotion? Are they shooting a movie or something?
Wow, it's a spectacle!
I'll rendezvous with Cisne and continue the evacuation. You keep pursuing Hollander.
I don't know if there's any benefit in talking to these
You
people.
there. Have you any idea what Junon's annual budget is like right now? We're in the red as it is. Get rid of these monsters at once.
We built a giant cannon for some reason. I don't know why.
On Midgar, and now there's trouble in Junon? I have to say, this hasn't been a good year for Shinra.
It was very expensive.
You know, I just saw Cisne heading to the 8th level of Upper Junon.
That grunt there, he got air sick. Man, as if we don't have enough problems already.
Oh, it's not Cloud again, is it? Oh, damn it, Cloud. Why are you so pathetic?
Hey, you okay?
Yeah. I got sick on the helicopter.
What? Cloud?
Zack, you remembered.
Well, of course. Good to be working with you again, man.
Yeah. Although, my job is kinda dull.
Don't say that. Search and rescue is very important work. Hey, why don't we grab a bite to eat after you're done? My treat.
Replace all that food you threw up.
That would be great. So, once I'm feeling better, I'll go. Because right now, just thinking of food makes me... Oh, sorry, Zack.
My bad. Don't sweat it. Well, hope you feel better soon.
Damn it, Cloud. He's so lame. Kunson, you emailed me like 2 minutes ago. Haven't arrived at my post yet. Could the director's absence be having this much of an impact on the operation's lack of finesse? By the way, how was the beach? You looked awfully stressed out before you went. Did the waves and the sun help you at all? Soldier members are being deployed in response to the simultaneous attacks that have been hitting everywhere. I'm mailing you from the helicopter that's taken me to my assignment. By the way, I just heard about what you told the rookies on your first mission after you changed your hairstyle. Embrace your dreams, and whatever happens, protect your soldier honor. I was so moved when I heard this. It's been my personal model ever since. I'm following you until the end, Zack. Wait, did I change my hairstyle as well? Oh, I did. I grew my hair out a little bit, didn't I? I didn't notice. I was too distracted by the giant sword.
That way is the airbase. He's trying to get away by air? No way.
Come. I wonder what happens to Junon if you can't stop them.
I think it'll be fine, dude.
Ah, damn it. He's destroying the gate to attack the civilians. Hollander, once I catch you, I'll deck you good.
Destroy them before they can bring... Oh, okay. He just wants me to kill the enemies.
Activating combat mode.
Bye now.
Conflict resolved.
Yeah. Again, I don't think this is going to be a problem.
Heads up. Here we go.
Oh, wait, hang on. Am I going to get Cloud's limit break? Yeah!
This'll do. Bringing out the big guns.
The power of soldier.
All right, here comes the big one.
Just like Cloud.
Oh yeah.
Resolved.
Again? Nope, there's still more.
Activating combat mode.
Fine.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Any more?
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. Here we go. How about this?
Okay, so using magic definitely doesn't raise my proficiency. It is just abilities.
Combat mode.
Here we go. Oh no, you don't.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
How did I have to do this for?
Bye now. Gonna love this. Heads up. This is gonna sting.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Taking you down and gonna love this.
Like, the big ones I could maybe understand,
Bye
but
now.
really, no, you really need me to take out these little Roombas?
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This'll do.
Conflict resolved.
Is that it? There's one more.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
We done? Oh goddamn! How many robots did this guy release?
Taking you down a peg.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
I mean, I assume at some point it will tell me that they've run out, and this isn't just do as many as you fancy.
Bring it on. Here we go. How about this? This is gonna sting. Taking you down. Heads up. Bye now.
I need you. There you go. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it was 30.
All right. That's all of them. Hollander, you'll pay for this.
Ah, I got an achievement at least. Immovable object. Defeated all enemies in defense of the Junon perimeter. Nice. Yeah, at this point the match up isn't really that useful to me, but the achievement, that's I can keep that. That's worth 10 gamer score. Which I also appreciate is a meaningless number, but it's a meaningless number that I kind of care about. So this robot's really disappointing because it's clearly supposed to be the it's the Scorpion robot from the start of Final Fantasy VII, right? So I was expecting when this showed up, Guard Scorpion, that's what it's called. I was expecting it to like have like a tail up mode where it would counter. It doesn't. I guess that's why it's a prototype.
Hollander's that way, right? I really have to get serious now. That's far enough.
Really? You sure?
Hey!
Man, people need to stop
What is he?
stop falling backwards off of things with their arms splayed left and right.
Should have known.
Mission failed. This goes on your permanent record.
Huh?
Do we have any like anti-air rockets or something we can shoot at him?
Let the Turks take care of the rest. I was on my way to Modeoheim, but I heard you were in the area.
Lucky me.
The situation has not resolved. Genesis copies have been sighted around the world.
That can't be. We wiped out those Genesis copies.
Did Genesis really die?
I mean, I saw him fall really far, and it's not like he had, oh, dang it, he's got a wing, he can fly.
They've been sighted in Midgar as well.
I see.
The slums, too. Permission to return. Granted.
Yeah.
Take care.
Man, Sephiroth was so cool before he went insane. Like, he was such a bro. He's like, hey, go look after your girlfriend.
Hey, what's going on in Modeoheim?
The device Hollander was using has been stolen.
Genesis?
Probably. We'll meet again soon.
I'll hold you to that.
Man.
My friend.
Why did he have to turn evil?
Your desire is the bringer of life, the gift of the goddess. Legend shall speak of sacrifice at world's end. The wind sails over the water's surface, quietly, but surely.
Legitimately can't remember why they built that cannon. I think it's aimed at Wutai. It might be aimed at Wutai. But otherwise, I don't remember why they have it. When do I get to build my flower cart with Aerith? This is important. I care about that at the moment more than any of this other stuff going on with Genesis and Angeal.
Maybe not.
Very discreet stealth robot. Oh, Aerith, you've got a pet.
Any Angeo copy?
I could have done that.
Thank you.
Was it protecting us?
Yeah, probably. Looks like it's degrading.
Poor thing.
Does this mean Angeal is out there too?
It was so... I don't know. Sad.
What did you come here to do?
So, a flower wagon.
Yeah!
Yeah, but
Don't worry.
Can you hear me? Stay right where you are.
I'll take care of things.
So, that flower wagon. Let's do it.
See, Aerith knows what's important. Like, let's ignore this nonsense going on with Angeal and Genesis. Build me a wagon.
Yeah. Hey, Aerith. When the wagon's done, will you go above the plate?
Yeah, but I'm still a little scared. So first, I'll fill the slums with flowers.
Oh, come on. When you go above, I'll be with you. Don't be afraid.
Zach, thank you.
Right. Now that that's done, let's get this wagon built. I'll go gather the materials. Aerith, you wait here.
Yep.
Oh, man. You're not busy with you, are you? Yes, very busy. Very important official soldier work. I guess Soldier is in a state of utter chaos without Director Lazard. It's certainly more than the President can handle, so now he gives us Turks all the work. Just the other day I had to cut my vacation short. Well, that last one. I guess you knew all along that I was on assignment. I'm sorry. How are you doing these days? Still smoldering, I bet. Why don't you try the beach again? You need to take a break once in a while if you want to put in quality work. Hi, Kunsel. I see where you might be. Let me guess. You'll hang out with that Aerith girl again, aren't you? I bet you're wondering how I got that information. See, I know everything about you. Even if you never tell me anything. In other words, I'm a stalker. It's no use keeping secrets from me, because I know how to get information. So talk to me, Zach. You can tell me anything. Tell me about all the things that are wearing you down. Or else. Kunsel's getting weird. I've got all of those shops. And I have all of those. The only shop addresses... M9, I've done that one. M9, I've done that one. Bone Village, M753. I think I've done that one. Nope, I have. Okay, a couple new missions there.
Now you behave yourself.
Oh, it's just hanging out. I thought he was just sort of yelling at it symbolically. He's actually straight up hanging out in the rafters. Okay. Are the materials... Oh, I thought the materials would be in the church, but maybe they're not.
You're gathering materials, right?
Does she tell me off if I run on the flowers?
Stop, Zach. Mind the flowers.
Yeah, she does. Okay, I guess we need to get materials in the slums.
There's more of you. Well, what are you waiting for?
Activating combat mode.
Bye now! How about this? Here we go!
There must be a quicker way of leveling up. Ah, man. Again, it is frustrating I didn't finish Chapter 5, because I could have been leveling up my Buster Sword proficiency all this time.
A new automated weapon. They detect and attack monsters. Arms development deployed them. They're Midgar's anti-Genesis copy measure. The copies inside Midgar have mostly been eliminated by them.
Impressive. But then why did they attack me? What? They can't tell the difference between me and a monster?
No, not currently.
How annoying.
Aww.
They'll fix it eventually.
By the way, Tsung.
They just went, shoot anyone with full of Mako energy, ignoring the fact that our super soldiers are all full of Mako energy.
What? No comment?
Turks take care of Turk business. If you want to go play with Eric, you're welcome to do so.
Hey! I'm not playing! I'm fulfilling my duties as soldier to protect...
Hey, mister! I heard you're making a flower wagon. Make it real fancy, so Aerith will be surprised.
Hey,
wait,
kid.
Wait. This is for... to protect Aerith. Hey, Tsung!
Way to blow it, kid.
Let's see. The stuff we're still missing is... tools, wood, tires, instructions. First, I think we should get some tools. We might find some on the ground here. Around here, there's some perfectly useful stuff just lying around.
Alright, to build a flower wagon, you need tools, wood, wheels, and instructions. Collect wagon materials and sacrifice slums. You can build a wonderful flower wagon for Earth. Okay.
Hey, found something.
That's a camera.
This camera's all busted. Probably not in working condition. There's a name on here. T-S-E-N-G? How do you read that?
Tseng. Has Zach been saying Tseng's name this entire time without knowing how to spell it?
Hey! What is a trooper helmet doing around here? Could it be that under this dirt... These are the slums, all right.
Okay.
Hey! Hey!
I don't know why he even gives me the option to not look at it.
Benora white juice. Now that's a pretty rare find, I'd say. There's still some left inside. Yeah, it's rancid. Of course it is.
Well, you find a can full of an open can full of apples. You gotta take a swig. Yeah, you gotta dip your finger in. Might be good. It's official notification of the change in status for the following personnel: Lazard, Ducericus, let's go with Ducericus. Director of Soldier, killed in action. Hollander, Science Department, killed in action. And they really like just killing off people. Like no one ever like retires. No one ever goes to live out in the countryside to raise Jacobos. It's always just nope, killed. If you see them, you didn't. Trust me. I guess let's check the park. Are you still upset about your friend? He is.
I heard fan club members will soon be receiving exclusive rare photos of Sephiroth. But isn't it amazing? How did they manage to get photos of Sephiroth? It must be the chairwoman's work. I'm thinking that she must have a close relationship with Sephiroth. To be close with Sephiroth, I'm so jealous. Oh, new mail already.
Sephiroth is known to value his private life, but there was a time when he had two best friends. We'd like to share a story with this threesome guaranteed to raise a smile. The soldier trio would be used the training room exclusively as their playground, but in order to retain their first-class dignity, they would sneak in only after the second-class members had gone home. Then they would proceed to have one of the three stand with a dumb apple on his head, while the other two would throw their swords at the apple to pierce it. Sephiroth always won, his Masamune always striking every dumb apple dead center. It also helped them that his Masamune was long enough that he could just, like, poke the apple without throwing it. I know we got like a brief glimpse of Genesis and Angeal and Sephiroth chumming it up in the training room, but I love the idea that before Genesis started sort of becoming unhinged, that they were just jocks. And, you know, like I've just gotten this image of Genesis like whipping Sephiroth in the changing room with a coiled up towel. I'm sure there's a doujin of that somewhere. I'd be more surprised if there isn't. I mean, I guess I should try talking to people, but only if they come up.
Anything from if you need.
Yeah, because otherwise they just.
I am a car.
So this guy's a carpenter. You think he'd have something relevant to this?
You can also get to this if you want.
I heard that you Shinra soldier guys are trying hard to get rid of the monsters. I guess that's how this friend of mine was able to get out of Midgard, safe and sound. My friend is amazing. He travels around the world, looking for rare items and stuff. He keeps a record of his travels, which he calls his struggle log. It's the funniest thing I've ever read.
Okay. I thought there was going to be another mailing list I was going to get signed up for. I think there's an achievement for getting all of them, and I don't think I've got it yet.
Before they made the Mark Knight the Mark, did you know?
Okay, he's just a train. That kid's just a train nerd. Well, it's copies Hollander made that attacked Shinra. Did you know that Director Lazard financed Hollander with money he embezzled from the company? Seems revenge against the company was the motivation for both of them. I can understand Hollander wanting revenge, but why would Lazard? He climbed up the ladder while he was still young, and he was always a decent guy. What could he have against the company? I do remember him writing about ill blood in one of his mails. Speaking of climbing up, the president's son's already made vice president. You think Lazard was after the VP chair? Zach, where are you? Have you heard the Director Lazard passed away? He was such a good man. May he rest in peace. I wonder what's going on. Going to become a soldier's chain of command. I'm actually a little worried about the future. Who do you think I should follow? I think you, with your sunny disposition, would be the man to look up to for leadership in these uncertain times. I'm following you until the end, Zach. Why are all of my soldier friends like just these weird stalkers that just idolize me for... I mean, good reason. I'm awesome. But still... Calm down.
I heard the Silver Elite were accepting new members just the other day. I didn't have the slightest clue. There's a reason people say the fan club's an urban legend. They don't make it easy for people to join. Still, it has to be worth all that trouble and effort. I promise you, I will become a member.
Yeah, you have to speak to a lady hanging around in a kids' park. It's not the coolest club, honestly.
My mom has gone missing. She left a letter saying she was going on a journey. Where did you go? Please, Mom.
Oh.
My mom, she uploaded.
At this rate, we'll have to break up the fan club. Our fan club received funding from Genesis's family to carry on our activities. But suddenly, we lost all contact with them, and now we can't keep up with the operating costs.
Does Genesis have any family left?
There's no way we could carry on with our activities.
They blew up his village.
I'm so sorry.
Get a part-time job at Shinra, merge with a rich fan club. Merge with a rich fan club.
Where would we find a rich fan club? Do you know? I mean, we were the richest fan club in the city. But now look at us. The only assets we have remaining are the leftover stock of our Benora apple jewelry. Where would we find a rich... I mean, but now...
Isn't the other Genesis fan club, like, really rich? Maybe I'll go talk to the lady from that fan club. This is a very important soldier business. I'm trying to find materials for a handcart, and I'm trying to save various soldier fan clubs.
I wish...
All in a day's work for a Zack fair. This lady.
Very soon, the Loveless Study Group will become the official Genesis fan club. The days when we were given dirty looks and couldn't even recruit new members, those days are finally coming to an end.
You know, that other fan club is having money problems right now.
I don't care. We had financial problems at one time, but they didn't lift a finger to help us.
Well, they said if you agree to merge, they'll give you apple jewelry. They have lots.
Apple jewelry? Very well. If they're willing to go that far, then that's enough to bring us to the table. Don't misunderstand. I'm not selling out for jewelry. I was just profoundly moved by your passion.
Yeah.
Don't misunderstand.
Yeah, I'm massively passionate about this.
Am I right here? Let's go.
There's not anyone new to talk to. I'm not seeing any more orange things on the ground. Maybe I missed one in the slums that I was supposed to pick up. What's my current mission? Search for tools outside the Sector 5 slums church. Okay, so yeah, I was just supposed to search outside. The tutorial said I could get them in all different parts of Midgar. So I thought I had to go a bit further afield, but I guess maybe I feel like I maybe jumped the gun a little bit. But that's fine. We'll do a quick sweep of Midgar and pick up polish off some of these side missions.
The study group has proposed a merger with us. If the talks go as planned, we can continue running our fan club activities. I heard you played a big part in this. Thank you. I'll recommend that you be made an honorary member of the club.
I thought I already was.
The study group,
Okay. So I think that's the Genesis fan club saved. The Sephiroth fan club's fine. So I guess I need to find the mum.
Don't miss it.
Okay, that's I think that bit's done. I need to find the mum because she was the head of the Angeal fan club. She said she's gone on a journey. She's kind of gone that far. So maybe she's over in Sector 5. But let's go and check the Shinra building out real quick.
Your assistance is... I will make... If...
My... But actually...
They haven't changed.
Good day to you. I hear you're.
Okay, that's still the same. You're the potion lady. One guy up here. You got anything new?
Incidentally, to
Nope.
Ever since the recent attack, please let me.
Ooh, now that's a mean bike. I've been training my lower body just so I can ride this beast.
I don't want to know about your lower body, dude.
This is the Hardy Daytona. This state-of-the-art motorcycle features a VDOH engine developed by the Arms Department. Its output is so powerful, the average person would have difficulty handling its monstrous horsepower. In this case, the machine chooses the rider.
It's still weird that the Hardy Daytona's here, considering it's like supposed to be a top-of-the-line model 3 or like however many years into the future the next game is.
Right now, the Soldier Director's office is being thoroughly searched for evidence. Turns out, the actual mastermind behind the attack on the building was Director Lazard. I can't believe it. He seemed like a nice person. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover.
Used to doing squats, dude.
I'm embracing my dreams. I've decided to stay in my first.
Yeah. He's embracing his dreams.
Originally, I was with the security department. But one day, I met Director Lazard. Because I wanted to work under him, I transferred to Soldier. The director was a traitor to Shinra? I still can't believe it.
Have you heard the news about Director Lazard, Zack? Talk about a shocker. With Director Lazard out of the picture, Soldier's chain of command is in shambles. Get this. There's even talk in the upper circles of merging Soldier with the security department.
Would that be so bad? I don't think I need to do anything in the materia room. I've already done the quest here.
Director Lazard is gone from the company. He turned his back on Shinra. I can't believe it. He said he'd make me first after my next good eval. Guess not. If I'm going to be second forever, I don't think I can take it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll put in someone else. Maybe. I mean, Soldier still exists in the future, so...
Today, we are going... It's ready for...
No, I've already done this.
When I was still in what we believed, only the top brass knows.
Okay. I think we are done. Lifts are over... Wait, no, there's one guy. I haven't spoken to this dude.
I can't believe it was Director Lazard that was financing Professor Hollander. I looked up to him so much.
Am I allowed in?
This area is currently under investigation for possible leads on Director Lazard's disappearance. If you have no business here, please move along.
You know, there's something that's always bothered me. Director Lazard reminds me of someone else I know. Who could it be?
The investigation has revealed that everything we knew about Lazard was a lie. This was a man with a near impeccable reputation. It seems we just never really know about people. investigation.
So Director Lazard was funneling money to Hollander. I guess we now know the reason why the Turks pay so much better than Soldier. So direct.
Ah, does that mean that I'm gonna get a pay rise? Silver lining. I was hoping that one of those security guards were going to be Cloud, but he seems to have his helmet off all the time now. I guess we'll put it back on when we go to Nibelheim so that Tifa doesn't recognize him, but... okay, what was I doing? I need to go back to Sector 5, do the hand cart. I think... yeah. I don't think there's any benefit. I just need to find that kid's mum, who's gone on a journey. Oh wait, she's just over here.
You! Your kid was looking for you.
Don't try to stop me. I've decided that I'm going to search for Angeal.
What are you saying? What about your kid? If Angeal was here right now, what do you think he'd say?
I don't know, some bullshit. He just talks nonsense a lot of the time. If you want to be a mother, embrace your dreams. A mother without honor is nothing but a monster. The kid's a little more important, but just a little low. I don't know. Maybe this one? If you want to be a mother and embrace your dreams doesn't really make sense. But a mother without honor is nothing but a monster.
Nothing but a monster? You're right. If Angeal were here, he might say...
Maybe they're all the right answer, I don't know.
You've got a good son. He's lonely all the time, but he's more worried about you.
Yes. I do know about that.
Go home and raise your kid to be a great man like Angeal.
You're right, of course.
Okay, let's go back and check in on him.
My son told me we should bring back the fan club for my own good. From now on, Keepers of Honor will be run by me and my boy. To thank you, I'm going to make you an honorary member of our club.
Yeah.
Hope to see you around.
Fan Club Savior. Helps every fan club continue their activities.
For Mom to be the mom I know, we needed that fan club to keep going. So that's why I decided to help Mom with her fan activities. That way, I could be around her all the time. Why didn't I think of that before?
You're a good kid. Better than she deserves, honestly. But I got my achievement, so I'm happy. All of the fan clubs have been saved. And I'm a member of all of them. Which, considering I killed 2 members and end up getting killed by the 3rd one, might not be true at the end of this game. I'm surprised, though, the Angeal lady didn't mention anything about the sword on my back, though. She didn't go at any point, oh, hey, that's Angeal's. It's kind of recognizable.
This area right here is my turf. Just 'cause stuff's lying around, you can't just take it without my permission.
Yeah, I can. What are you gonna do?
Found some. Oh, that's a good find. It'll come in handy, I'm sure.
Alright. I got some tools.
Good job, mister. You found some good stuff. With those tools, you can make a flower wagon, or even a Shinra mech. We should get some wood next. Something that's really sturdy, but looks kind of nice too. Wood, huh? Will we find some just lying around? Oh! Over in the slums market. I saw some wood near that shop.
Oh, hold on a minute.
What was it? In the slums market, there's some wood lying around or something? I don't remember that.
I do. There's all sorts of crap lying around in the market. There's literally a carpenter standing there talking about... Every time we've talked to him, he said that he's a carpenter.
Hey, step right up, mister. Welcome to the number guessing game. We've got a lot of great prizes lined up today. Wanna play? Okay. The way you play this game is, you pick a number from 1 to 6. Of the 6 people who walk by this store, that number is how many you think will be kids. If the number you chose matches the number of kids who pass by here, you win! And you get the big prize. By the way, today's big prize is this.
Thunder! Oh.
Oh, by the way, for a few extra gil, I can give you 3 numbers that I believe have a good chance of winning.
I think... I don't really want to care about the thunder, but I think there's an achievement.
1 and 2 and 3, I think. Today's number has gotta be one of those. But you have to make the final call. Now, what's it gonna be? All right then, we're ready to begin counting now.
I won. Ah, dang it. Oh, it was the 1.
2. All right.
I got a tissue, though.
Hey, we've got... Okay, of this, if the number you... Oh. 2 and 3, 4. Today's but... Oh.
I think I get this correct. I get an achievement, so I'll go until I get it right. Dang it, there's 3 kids.
All right. Hey, we... Okay, of this, if the number you... Oh. Leave your...
Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to. Yeah.
All right.
I'm giving this kid a lot of money.
Of this, if the number you... Oh. 1, 2, 3. Today's but... Oh.
Come on, 1. Dang it. Alright, it said I could talk around and ask people, and they said that I might get some more information.
Outside this gate to the right.
Not him.
Anything from... If you need it...
You can also get if you...
I guess that's how this friend of mine, he keep...
Okay, no one is talking about the walking game, so I don't think that's in that tutorial was accurate. All right.
Okay, of this, if the number you... Oh. 4, 5, 6. Today, but...
I'm gonna go 5. Come on, 5 kids. Not a good start. Yeah.
This is today's prize. All right.
Achievement. There we go. Bingo.
Hey, you! What are you doing there?
Stealing wood.
Someone dropped this on the ground. Is it yours?
It wasn't dropped there. It was placed. What are you up to exactly?
Well,
A flower wagon, eh? Actually, I'm a carpenter by trade. I live in the Sector 7 slums. I came here to purchase some materials. I feel fate's hand. I would be willing to share some of my wood with you.
really? That would be great!
However, there's one condition. Currently, I'm building a bar in the Sector 7 slums.
You don't... Crisis Core, I know you're a prequel to Final Fantasy VII. You don't have to reference every single thing in Final Fantasy VII to some degree. Okay? It's the problem I had with the Solo movie, is that, yeah, it was a prequel, it was, you know, explaining, like, Han Solo's origins, but it explained where he got his ship, where he got his gun, where he got his jacket, where he met Chewbacca. It's like, you didn't have to explain every single thing about Han Solo in one movie. You could have spread it out a little bit. It's fine.
I want you to come up with a name for the place.
The name of the bar?
Yes. Once the name is decided, I can build a mental image. And then I can work off of that image. I've been racking my brain for a while, but I can't come up with anything stylish.
Oh, that's easy.
Seventh Heaven.
Seventh Heaven. Paradise in Sector 7.
Seventh Heaven? It's simple, but conceptually sound. With heaven in the name, people have to feel like they're on cloud 9.
Hey, that's not bad.
Good food, good drink, and good service to boot. As if you were living above the plate.
Yeah, great.
And down in the basement, there will be a secret room that no one knows about.
Okay.
HQ for an anti-Shinra group. Yes. A perfect bar for the slums indeed.
He's like, you know that I work for Shinra, right?
You know
Yeah.
I'm with Soldier, right?
I let my imagination run wild. That's how much I like the name. Yes, you've done well. Very good. I owe you. So, as promised, I will share my wood with you.
I let my imagination run wild, but also I have been contracted by Avalanche, so probably, I mean, that is probably what they're going to do.
Looks like you found some wood to work with. Yeah, it's really coming together. Next, we should look for tires for the wagon. Now, where can we find tires? Tires, wheels, cars? Oh, yeah, of course, that car!
Oh, the guy's been bragging about his wheels.
Hey, just hold on a minute. What do you mean, that car? Which car are you talking about?
I mean, I'd say the only car, but there are two. But yeah, it's the guy who's constantly talking about how good his wheels are. You need to pay attention, Zach.
What do you say, my man? How about this ride?
pretty hot, right?
Actually, I'm collecting materials to make a wagon, and I sort of have a favor to ask you.
A favor?
Can I have your car tires?
So let me see. There's this Aerith girl, and you want to put together a flower wagon for her. Ah, young love. All right then. My man, take these. Those tires are from my secret stock. They can withstand up to 140 mph.
Ah, perfect for
I'll be rooting for you, my man.
perfect for selling flowers.
Oh, mister! That's great. You found some good tires. Lastly, the instructions. I mean, who'd know how to build a wagon without instructions, right? And I've already got a book with instructions on me. What? Why are you staring? I didn't steal it. Wait, what? It's gone. Gone! Oh no! I must have dropped it! Oh, man! I put it in my carrying case because I knew it was important.
Carrying case?
A Shinra Trooper helmet. I found it a long time ago.
A Shinra Trooper helmet. Didn't I see one recently? Hey, when you dropped it...
And I see one recently, flashes back, it just cuts to Zack trying to yank the helmet off one of the troopers in the director's room.
Wow. Gone already.
It's like, what are you doing? Is that I think there's an instruction manuals for a handcart in here. So, Soldier are pretty eccentric, so they'd probably just shrug it off. Alright, I think once we've got this manual, though, we can start... Wait, actually. I'm quietly confident it will give us the opportunity to build all 3 carts. But just in case it makes me choose, I'm just going to save real quick. Because I want to see all 3, since I've gone to the effort of getting the parts for all 3. Like I said, pretty sure we'll be able to build all 3, and we can just... Aerith can just go with the one... I'm guessing she'll go with the cute flower cart, because it's cute. But we shall see.
So could his carrying case be this helmet? Huh? There's something inside.
Oh! Mister! Those are the instructions I dropped. So this is where I dropped it. Thank goodness you found it.
Why would you put something so valuable in a thing like this?
Because no one would ever think there's treasure stuffed inside a Shinra helmet.
That's true.
That's something we call street smarts in the slums. Now, it looks like we've got everything we need. Aerith might start getting impatient, mister. Alright, I'm out of here.
Huh? You're not coming with me?
I know when to give people privacy. Hey, let's collect materials again soon. If we look throughout Midgar, we might find all kinds of different stuff. See ya!
Alright, I should go. I've been keeping Aerith waiting too long.
I was gonna say, didn't like an entire plate collapse over here, or like just, yeah. Like, that's. There probably is plenty of stuff to loot. Oh, there's a save point here. Even better.
Welcome back, Zach. Looks like you got the materials. Okay, let's start making the wagon.
At least there's not a mini game for
Wow,
building the wagon.
It looks really good. The materials are matching perfectly. Not quite what I expected.
Really? I think it's fine. It's all about the flowers anyway.
I want a nicer one.
Stop being so picky.
A tiny little wish. That's all.
They're tiny, but you have lots, right?
That's right. Want to hear?
How many you got?
23?
Write them down, so I don't forget.
There are new developments.
What?
Headquarters, now.
Work stuff?
Sadly.
Here.
Just give me like a nude or something. What happened?
Legions
What about the
of
other flower
monsters have
carts?
spawned near a regional Mako reactor. The workers have all gone missing. Local soldier operatives have also vanished. The company is dispatching additional operatives to investigate the matter. You and I, that is.
Roger that.
What's wrong?
Well, you know. I thought you found something out about that other matter.
The missing operatives were the ones tracking Lazard.
What?
Also, they have reported a strange pod-like device in the area.
Is that Hollanders?
Probably the same device that was stolen in Lodeoheim.
Meaning...
Lazard, Hollander.
And Genesis?
We'll have to go see them.
Let's go.
First, go to the soldier floor. We'll depart as soon as you and the rest of the men are ready to go.
Understood.
Our orders are to investigate the reactor. They mention nothing of old friends. Depending on what happens, I may abandon Shinra. Until then, I'll remain loyal to Soldier.
That's pretty important. Like I said, Sephiroth seems like a pretty cool dude until he went crazy.
No one's coming.
Hey, Zach. I heard you're going on a new assignment with Sephiroth. I'm being sent to Fort Condor to inspect the reactor. I guess it's goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye, huh?
Huh? Does saying goodbye to me make you that sad?
I love you, man.
Well, isn't that sweet? But come on now. It's that girl in the slums you're thinking of. Hey, you still have time, right? Go see her before you leave. Don't worry about it. I'll explain everything to Sephiroth for you.
He just goes to Sephiroth. He goes, man, I've got no idea. Don't know where he is. Ooh, my bitrate's unstable. I've not seen it do that before. Stream seems to be okay though. Seems okay. Oh yeah, there you go. Just refresh Twitch, and now it's excellent.
You know, I'm also being sent to check out a regional Mako reactor. It's a new one. The one currently being built near Corel.
Oh, so Barrett hasn't lost his hand yet. If the one being built in Corel is still being built.
My next mission is clearing out monsters infesting the Junon Marine Mako reactor area. Director Lazard may be gone, but I've decided to keep aiming for first.
Oh, my friends are going to different reactors. When I'm not going to.
Right now, monsters are spawning at every Mako reactor on the map. They're sending me out too. I'm headed to the reactor over in Gongaga.
As for me, I'm being sent out to the Junon Marine Mako reactor. These are difficult times with Director Lazard gone, but we all do what we must. Right, Zach?
Yeah. Is this the Mako mission then? Am I going with Sephiroth and Cloud to Nibelheim? I thought there was still. I thought we still had a bit of time.
To investigate the Mako reactor in Fort Condor. Zach, somehow I feel this is the last time we'll see each other.
Oh, and everyone's throwing up death flags.
I'm embracing my.
Okay, you're still doing. I've not been asked to go to a reactor. I'm just going to do squad thrusts. No, I don't. Stop talking to him. Just get away from the squat thrust, man.
Hey, you still have time.
Okay, he's just going to talk about the thing. I mean, I guess I'm okay to go and... I thought the, like, final mission, like, chapter 10 would be the Nibelheim reactor. The gift of the goddess, the source of life, is said to bring immortality. The most widely accepted theory equates the gift of the goddess of the Benora White. There is, however, another theory which suggests that it is the planet, not any human, that becomes immortal. This suggests two other interpretations of the gift. One is an all-consuming destruction, the other is an all-healing salvation. Genesis believed in the latter, predicting some sort of salvation from the gift of the goddess. Okay. It seems that Soldier Director Lazard, who was recently reported as killed in action, simply vanished instead. Sources say Lazard has been embezzling company money to fund Hollander's attack on Shinra. It's also believed that Hollander, who was held captive in Junon, has fled with Lazard's aid. An investigation has revealed that both men have held ill feelings towards Shinra. This comes as a great shock to the parties involved, as members of Soldier have had the utmost confidence in Lazard. Space development. Shinra fully plans to establish the rocket engine as the next step in industrial development. Manned rocket Shinra number 26 is in full production, with a projected launch within a few years. The proposed model for Shinra number 26 is on display in the exhibit room in the Shinra building. Development is proceeding steadily, and our pilot, Sid Highwind, has begun training. Definitely will go successfully. We have determined that our simultaneous attacks on 5 locations, including Junon and Costa del Sol, were the criminal acts of anti-Shinra organization. Their goal is to release a group of their own activists in Shinra captivity and display a show of force. But thanks to the quick response by soldier operatives, the situation was quickly brought under control. Even in Junon, the target of the heaviest attacks, damage was kept to a minimum. I bet that changes if I'd screwed up that mini game to stop the robots. It'd be interesting to do like a fail through of this game, just where you like completely fail every single mini game, don't do any of the optional objectives, and everyone's just like, man, you are just the worst member of Soldier. After exhaustive development by the Arms Development Department, prototypes of the next generation of weapons are feature complete and being tested in the slums. Once mass production becomes feasible, it'll be able us to lower human resource costs by drastically cutting down on the number of personnel. With high expectations for these new weapons, we announced the following changes to the budget. Security Department, 7 billion gil. Arms Development, 11 billion gil. Okay, so they basically moved 3 billion from security to arms development. Scarlet will be thrilled.
From what I hear, it was a romance between a waitress and the president of Shinra. Oh, what I wouldn't do for that kind of drama in my life.
So, you found something of value on... It's all good.
Okay. I was going to say, that guy is like, you got to find... This is my turf. And it's like, what are you going to do about it?
I used to have a
Look how big my sword is.
who claimed he was the Shinra president's son. It sounds like a made-up story to you, right? Because a woman who was once the president's lover actually lived in the slums.
Oh. I guess, yeah, we never really found out anything about Rufus's mum, did we? I mean, other than being... the President Shinra's son, he was just a guy, so... Let's make the other hand carts now.
Oh, Zach. You're done with work already?
No, I was given a big task, and I have to leave Midgar for a bit.
How long is a bit?
Don't know.
I see. Can I call you?
Of course. And don't worry, I'll be done and back in no time.
Hey, can we start now?
What?
Filling the slums with lots of flowers.
Yeah, it's looking really cute.
You think people will buy? Nobody's coming.
Maybe you need...
Now, they're coming. We just need to have a little more patience.
Maybe you need to pick a better spot to sell the flowers other than an abandoned play park.
I think maybe the wagon isn't all that cute. Oh, a customer!
Hey, you there! Need flowers? Just for you? 10 gil a pop. These are real flowers, mind you. Don't miss out. Aerith, this customer's offering 5 gil.
Sure, any price is fine.
No, we need to be aggressive. I'll counter with 7 gil, no less.
But the customer just left.
I'm sorry, Aerith.
Sorry, but why? I'm having a great time.
Aerith's just...
Another customer.
Aerith's just happy to be just be out.
Don't worry about Aerith. Protecting the subject is part of the surveillance.
You're the only one I can depend on. Hey, why are you laughing? I'm counting on you.
When do we build the flower cart? Come on!
Welcome back. You're in luck.
If I tell you...
Sephiroth hasn't arrived yet. So, will you wait for him here?
Yeah, there we go. If you collect Magnum materials and speak to Aerith again at the church, you can build a special... There you go. I can get a cool and cute one. Why did you bring me all the way back? God damn it, it's so far to go back each time. Why did you bring me all the way... It's literally the entire other side of the game. I just want to build flower wagons. Okay. That's gonna think I'm weird, just running back and forth from Shinra Tower like this. Okay, again, it's gonna, just in case, it only lets me make one.
Zach, it looks like you have a lot of cute items. Mithril tools and walnut wood and premium tires and Craftsman Monthly, huh? If we use these materials, we could make another wagon, I think.
Okay, then it must give me the option to make all three then.
So, what do you think? Let me guess. You want a nicer one?
This one's cute. I love it. This one's the best yet.
He shoots, he scores! Now, let's go sell some flowers.
Thing is, I don't think she had a cart in Final Fantasy VII. I think she just had a basket.
It's looking really cute.
You think people will buy?
Thank you.
Wow, Zach, we're a big hit.
I told you so. At this rate, the wagon will be empty before you know it.
Oh, are these real flowers? Very nice.
But of course, Aerith here tended to them with great love and care.
Really? It would be wonderful to see these flowers growing all around the slums.
Yeah, that's me and Aerith's dream. Not just the slums. Lower and Upper Midgar will be full of flowers.
Will we sell them above?
Hmm? Why do you... Oh, you're still afraid of the sky?
Yeah, but I want to go. I want to try.
Okay, after my next job is done, we'll go.
Really?
Yes, I promise.
Thank you, Zach.
I definitely won't die. I definitely won't get locked in a basement for several years and then die escaping. Promise. That's the Zach Fair guarantee.
Zach, it looks like you have a lot of cool items. Shinra solder and Shinra ceramic and Shinra treads and Shinra lunch cart specs, huh? If we use these materials, we could make another wagon, I think.
It's gonna make Aerith a fleet of flower wagons.
It doesn't look like a wagon.
This is the one that needs the tires that can go 140 miles an hour. Aerith just driving down the highway selling flowers to people in their cars.
So cool. Looks like I've got some hidden talent. Let's take it out and sell some flowers.
You've got a little license plate on it.
Yeah, it's looking really cute.
You think people will buy?
What is this? I've never seen this type before. Is it the latest Shinra weapon?
No! Can't you tell? It's a flower wagon.
Would you like some flowers?
No.
What are you staring at?
I'll give you 10,000 gil for this. I may be able to convert it into a powerful weapon.
Forget it! This wagon, I made it for Aerith, with my very own hands.
10,000 gil.
Huh? What? Aerith, are you? Hey, pal, if you're not buying, then scram.
This is the reported area. The weapon is here. Preparing to engage.
I keep telling you, it's just a flower wagon.
Oh, I made it too cool. Hey! Midgar full of flowers. Constructed every flower wagon type. We did it.
Thanks for the flower wagons. For all 3. Be careful at work, alright?
Okay. So, I was going to go until 6, but I think we might be at the kind of... Well, not necessarily at the point of no return, but it's. I'm just looking at a chapter list. Are we on? What chapter are we on? Chapter 7. Oh, so maybe I'll get to the end of chapter 7 then. Oh, okay. I thought that this game... Well, I won't talk about what happens, but I thought that this game ended with basically the events of the flashback, but I guess that's only part of it. Okay. Since the sort of next bit of this is going to be like the final push towards the end of the game, like it's literally... Yeah, basically the stuff that we know about Zack from Final Fantasy VII, plus some made up stuff. I say it's made up. I guess it is canon. Let's stop here. I will go and do now that I think I've got access to most of the rest of the missions. I think there's still maybe a couple that still need to be unlocked. Let me have a quick look. When do I? I know that the Shinra... So I'm just having a quick look at what actually... I think there's a couple of missions in M1 that get unlocked at the start of Chapter 8. So I don't know whether to just go to the end of Chapter 8. But I've done 25 out of 25, so there's not actually... It'd only be 5 missions anyway, which I could probably just do on stream. So... I think most of the rest of these will unlock as I go through them now. That can finish off... I don't know about Hojo's laboratory, actually. When do these unlock? Oh, chapter 9. Okay, so I can't do those anyway. Alright, so I can't 100% the missions anyway, but I can at least do a few more. And then we can then just have like a straight shot to the end of the game. So, yeah, we'll do that. I'll stop here, rather than start like the Nibelheim stuff and then stop in 50 minutes. We'll just stop now, and we'll pick up from here. Maybe next Saturday, I guess. Just since I've been just doing it 3 Saturdays in a row. Maybe I'll stream during the week. I'll see how my week goes, because I got this whole week off work. Yeah, I'll see what happens. So yeah, we'll finish off Crisis Core in the next stream, I think. And yeah, like I said, we'll just have one big push towards the end of the game. Then I don't think I have to worry quite so much about missing stuff, because I think most of the rest of the stuff, there's still a couple of achievements that are chapter specific, but I think most of the rest of the stuff now is compulsory, so I can be a little less paranoid. So yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to stop streaming now. I'll be back about 8 o'clock. I've got a Christmas game. I've got a Christmas hidden object game, which are... I mean, the only review it has... It came out like a week or 2 ago, so it doesn't have many reviews. The only written review it has is that this game is fun if you're 4 years old. So it could be really easy. It might not be that interesting. I don't know. But it will be... I don't know, I guess it'll be in the spirit of the kind of Christmas cracker if it's a disappointment. I don't know. I wanted to play something Christmassy, so I will be back in a few hours to play that. So if I see you then, I will see you then. Otherwise, I will see you when I see you. Thanks for watching. I've been Dandy. You've been Dandy. Have a good Christmas. Goodbye.